So y'all don't panic. I'm here. Total Tavern logged me out, so I just needed to redo that. Alright. So everybody should be here. I brought you with me, right? Yes, I did. And generate bracket. Good. Alright. First thing should be up. I will tell the people. Bum, bum, bum. We are live. Go, go. Okay, now we can do more of our usual setup stuff, so y'all don't panic. I'm here. Alright. Sound good? Hey, Vanthus. The little Trill and Freak are talking about things I don't understand because my brain is small and dumb. But yeah, today we have a new player tournament. I do have to go tell the Discords that, you know, we're streaming and stuff. It is our weekly new player tournament. Tomorrow I am leaving to go hang out with my dad in Nashville for 4 days or so. So things have been a little busy, to say the least. I popped home from work. We're going to do this real quick. Then I got to go back to work. And then I got to get home. Then I got to pack. And then tomorrow morning I got to fly. So that'll be a whole fucking thing. And demonetized. Alright, it's been posted. People. What do we have in the future for the good people of this community? Faction Face-Off is back. What up, Cyrus? Faction Face-Off is back. That is currently underway. It is the Lords of the Deep versus the Undead. If you don't know what that is, maybe take a look at some older videos, you uncultured sir. Oh, I need to update Cyrus's Doombull's name. We decided on Angus. But, yeah. So, essentially, it's a fun event that takes place over some time. And then I cast all the replays. But it's like, I'll fight Patrick, Rinless will fight Rainy Frog, Trader will fight Salinator, so on and so forth. We get through the whole first round. And then let's say I win, because I'm perfect. And let's say all my teammates lose. You might be like, okay, well, the score's 5-1, so you lose, human boy. No. Because I get to fight Rainy Frog. I get to fight Salinator. I get to fight Segos. Let's say Segos beats me. Then we lose. But it's kind of like dodgeball, if you played that wherever you're from in the world. Where, like, it's not like the score is 5-1, and one side just loses. It's like an elimination, so it's just kind of fun. We usually have thematic teams and stuff. So that'll be good. I have another fun project I'm working on that'll hopefully start next week, but I don't have the details solidified just yet. That's what I got there. I can talk about the other thing in a second. I gotta find a game. Killer Lion's back, though he did not want me spectating his first game. So I'll see what Winged Destro are up to. Yeah. Stream time, Sam Go. What up? How many games are we looking at today, Hummus? 4 in the Swiss, and then 2 best of 1s and a best of 3. So between 8 and 9. I have a lobby up waiting on a response. Winged was just here and in stream chat. So I think your odds are good. Did I boomer it up and forget to check in? I think you did, sir, because I did poke you for a bit. A good handful. Good handful. Indeed, Rinless. Indeed. Anyway, now that I'm done thinking of what game to get us into, because we're here now, I can talk about the other thing. So, next week, I have a fun event planned where, think of Pokemon, right? Take Pokemon in your brain. There's gym leaders, right? So I'm going to get 5 people. I've already contacted them, and they've all agreed to be in it. But for now, I won't reveal them. For now. I'm going to get 5 people. And I talked to someone who used to play a bunch of Khorne, someone used to play a bunch of Nurgle, somebody used to play a bunch of Tzeentch, somebody used to play a bunch of Slaanesh, and somebody used to play a bunch of Warriors of Chaos. I'm going to get them all together, tell them to build a build. This is your Nurgle build. Build a Nurgle build that makes you happy. Build a Khorne build that makes you happy. Build a Tzeentch build that makes you happy, etc. You get it, right? So I have these 5 gym leaders for each of the different Chaos Gods, and then the Warriors of Chaos. And then the challenge is for whoever wants to make a build of your own. Doesn't matter what faction you are, and you could challenge all 5 of them, but you have to beat them with the same build. So you need to come up with something that can beat all 5 of these champions, and send me the replays, and then we'll stream the results. I'll probably just politely ask the people send me the replays of their runs, even if they don't beat all 5, just so we have more of a stream than, here are 5 games where we know who wins, because the only thing submitted was a winner. And that'll be kind of fun. So it's like, oh, well, the Nurgle build, let's just make one up. Let's say the Nurgle build has like a blob. Okay, well, I want a bunch of archers and skirmishers to deal with the blob. Cool. Oh, Khorne wants to just hard rush me with dogs. Okay, cut some of the skirmishers, cut some of the archers, get some infantry, get some cavalry. Okay, we're still fine. We're fine. Ooh, Tzeentch wants to kite me with a soul grinder and Cairo, so I'm going to need some artillery. Okay, well, we can kind of do this. Oh, fuck, Slaanesh just wants to bum rush me with a bunch of Chosen and Hellstriders. I don't know about this. So I'll be curious what people come up with for builds that can beat all 5. And because of time zones, I was going to offer that people can team up in a way where it's like, let's say you come up with a build and you know some people, people who play in our Discord make all sorts of friends. You come up with a build, you like it, but Cool Umbrella is my Nurgle guy and he's in North America, so that's outside your time zone. You can hit someone up who's in the North American time zone and say like, hey, can you pilot my build and beat Cool Umbrella? It'll still count. Doesn't matter to me. As long as it's the same exact build. Doesn't matter who's playing it. Wing Destro, if you're still out there, where you at, bro? Where did you poke? I didn't see it. Tourney opponent. Destro! Destro, where did you go? Lizardmen army of 19 Rev Crystals, unlimited healing. We shall grind them down. Yeah, I'm sure healing caps don't exist or anything. Will Trill your Belgian? Nah, they're up in Scandinavia. My caffeinated tea that I need is still very hot. Alright, while we wait on Destro to hopefully appear. Dude, this is what we're dealing with right now on my end. Alright, it's Jank City. So one, look at the blocker. Someone pointed out to me, I think it was Fat Kid at Recess, pointed out to me that I had the wrong date. I had 10-01 instead of 10-04. So I had to just slap a 04 over the 01. Easy clap. And then, I've shown it previously, but my microphone is held together with duct tape because the company sent me the wrong parts. And then, my mouse pad is currently just a folder because my other mouse pad that I've had for, I think, like 7 years or so, it literally got ground into nothing. It got ground into dust. Like, it just, like, when I tried to pick it up, it just, like, fell apart because the strands holding it together just were so shot. So I gotta go get a new mouse pad. I have a backup one. It's this Dell one. It's just a basic Dell thing. But if you ever put your mouse in the middle where it says Dell, they used white and blue like dumbasses. So a laser, if you don't have a physical ball rolling around, the laser tracker in the mouse that makes it move doesn't really recognize white or blue, so it stutters, and it's like, all right, good job, Dell, you fucks. So my backup mouse pad is shit. It's the one that came with the computer. And then the other one disintegrated. The trick is to never move the mouse pad. Yeah, Grace started using my computer for one of her games because her laptop can't handle it. And she was commenting my mouse pad was dirty, and I'm like, yeah, because I haven't moved it in forever. So then she cleaned it, and she's like, do you know this thing's like falling apart? And then I took a look at it, and I was like, oh, yeah. So when I picked it up, it just crumbled. Because I do clean it. It just, like, I just wipe it down where it is, though. I've never, like, really moved it from its spot. So wherever my wrist always rests and moves back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, has just been slowly grinding that area down. So it just fell apart. Bwags, you forgot to ban Grand Cathay? Bwags, no! Oh. I'm sorry, Lotro. She upset the ecosystem? She really did. The Mega Mouse pads that cover whole desks are pretty nice. That sounds pretty cool. Mine had a dragon on it. That's why I liked it. Because I like dragons. I do like dragons. I have 4 different dragon paintings from the Renaissance Fair. They're all around my house. I have like the blue one in my bathroom because water. I have the green one in my bedroom, favorite color. Black one in here, second favorite color. And the purple one is in the kitchen because purple is fancy and kitchens are fancy. So fuck you, I didn't have a great place to put that one. Okay. Wing Destro has messaged me. He is alive. Purple could have also gone in the bedroom. No, that's Grace's favorite color, and I will not secede my bedroom. I will not. All right, Strix. Sir, I'm picking you out just to randomly get angry for no reason for a bit, for a comedic bit, so don't take this personally. But no, Strix, I will not put the purple dragon in my bedroom to appease Grace, because you know what else is in the bedroom? A bunch of her hats, hung up on the wall to look nice, a bunch of pictures of her and her family, pictures of her and me that I don't want in there. fucking all of her plants, some things that she hung that she thought would look nice, like tapestry that she had, and the bed covers are all hers. And I had to get a new hamper because it needs to look nicer for her aesthetic and all these things. So everything about that room is hers. And then it's cut in half. The room's cut in half, and the right side is supposed to be mine, but some of her decorations have spilled over there. And on my entire blank wall that was blank, it had nothing on it, just like I liked it, just so at the end of the night, when I get to go to bed, I could just sit and stare into the nothingness that is my soul reflected in the wall. She's like, you need to put some up there. And I said, what about a giant picture of a rat? And she said, no. And I said, what about a different picture of a rat? And she said, no. And then she got to put up these paper cranes that her friend made for her in college or whatever. So now the only wall that's supposed to be mine is actually covered in her paper cranes all over. So yes, Strix, I will have my one dragon on the wall that is my favorite color, and I will not give her the purple dragon so it could be half hers, half mine. Fuck that! That dragon's the only thing keeping me sane! What about a picture of many different rats? You hang furry costume? Nah, dude, that's in the closet. Alright, we apologize for the delay. Winged Destro is here. The two players doing the picks and bans now, and we'll hopefully get moving. Rat pictures in the bedroom? She vetoed it, so I have two in here. One in the hallway, one in the workout area. Because it's not really a living room. It's like a landing, I guess, where you come into the house, and then you're in this long room that's half tile, half carpet, and we just shoved all of our workout equipment on the carpeted side because we didn't know what else to do down there. So there's my favorite painting down there. I had it commissioned. Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up for you guys because this shit's actually bonkers. In the closet? What? What are you talking about? What happened? I know what you're talking about, but I'm pretending I don't. Alright, so I had this thing commissioned. It's lit. So I had this commissioned after I read the Carrick 8 Peaks Omnibus for the first time because I just thought it was awesome. And at the time I was into electric swing music, like Play Royale, not Play Royale, Caravan Palace, that kind of thing, Prov Stellar, that sort of thing. So it's kind of like, I was kind of feeling a 50s, 40s vibe, aesthetic. And then as I was reading the omnibus, one, I fucking loved it, and I decided Queek was my favorite character of all time. And I realized that in the story, every main character, Queek, Skarsnik, and Belagar, all had a second-hand man that was always much more chill than they were, and I just thought that was funny. So then I got Queek, and then he has Ska behind him, and they're drinking some Warpstone ale. And then Skarsnik has a martini, because of course he would, and he has like little cards coming out of his sleeve because he cheats all the time. And Duff Skull is just smoking his ass off behind him, because he's always kind of like in a cloud of vapor and just being silly. And then Belgar's in the front, spilling some dwarven beer because Queek's stabbing the fucking table. And I think his cousin behind him, it's been years since I read it, but I think it's Duragar. And Duragar's entire role in the story is pretty much just saying, hey, Belagar, like, I don't know if this is a good idea. And Belagar's like, nah, fuck you, idiot. And then does something a little stupid. But yeah. I don't know, dude. I love this thing. I have it up in the workout room. I had it printed on canvas at Walgreens. Classy bitch that I am. But that shit's fuego. I have a ping. Why? Council guard. Alright, I gotta get caught up on chat. Looks really good, I like it. Yeah, good. Is it a Skaven costume? I wish. Rainy Frog's here. What up, Frog? We have... Oh, that's another announcement! That's another announcement. The band's back together. I think... I can't promise, but we've got tentative yeses from Blood Penguin, Lamb Sauce, Boojilicious, Rainy Frog, and then myself to do another one-shot campaign stream. This time it's going to be... Oh, fuck. One of them came up with a really good name. I'd have to go find it, but it was something like, How Quickly Can Croak Croak? So it's the same thing where we had the Tretch Craven Tale. As soon as Tretch dies, the stream ends. We're going to do the same thing, but in Lustria. So it'll be Itza, and it's whoever can kill Lord Croak. So if Lord Croak dies at any point in time, stream's over. I think we decided that I would be Itza. And then the other players are still figuring stuff out. Lamb Sauce wanted to be Marcus Wolfhart. Rainy Frog wanted to be either Itza or Bordalo. Boojilicious was leaning towards Luther Harkon. And then Blood Penguin was leaning towards Skrulk. Though I'm trying to get him to be Tehenowin. Because Skrulk's a little too close to Itza for my liking, so he might just like blitz me or something, and then the stream ends too soon. So Tehenowin would be a little better. And Yuan Bo is also in the area, but we don't have anybody playing him just yet because with his execute ability, that might be fucking bullshit. Game started and Croak's dead. Where's Skarsnik? In the picture, he was the one with the cards. Standing up, T-posing. Hey, Dean Shepard. What up, Raw Unleashed? Hummus while working go well together? I was working before this, which is why I'm dressed like a chump. And I have to go back to work right after this, so let's keep it going. No Rakarth. Is Rakarth down in Lustria? I didn't check. I was operating entirely off of memory. Do they have adult Skaven costumes for women? Why do I feel like that should be a thing? Then I want Uncle Nurgle costumes for you. That's funny. I don't know if there are Skaven costumes for anybody. There is surprisingly little Skaven merch out there because GW is pretty guarded about that copyright stuff. Because whenever people ask me what I want for my birthday or for Christmas or something, I go looking and it's just very limited. At the West Turtle Idol? Oh. Well, maybe we could have someone play him, though most people are currently set in their ways. I kind of wanted to be Alberic so I could debut a lot of shitty French accent, but... it's okay. It's fine. Alright, we're getting into game one. Again, sorry for the delay. Shit happens sometimes. Shit happens. Wags and Nemete are not done yet, so it's not like the whole tournament's waiting on us. Good luck, guys. Thanks for the streams, human boy. LeBaked anytime. Did you win? I feel like you won the last Rat Ogre tournament, which was funny because if you weren't here for the last new player tournament, we had to do a tiebreaker between 4 people to end the Swiss round. So I just did a free-for-all. I was like, fuck it. Free-for-all and sort it out. Oh, that was silly. Gorok costumes for all. I thought you were saying go Trek when I started reading that sentence. What's the format for this tourney? The 4-round Swiss best of 1 like usual, and then the take the top 4 and put them in 2 semifinals and a final. Best of 1s for semis, best of 3 for finals. It's a format, and I'm not trying to make anybody feel bad. I'm just stating the facts. It's a format that's a bitch for me as an organizer and as a streamer, because it can take a little bit sometimes to get things together, and sometimes the site makes math errors or just fucks somebody over with too many buy rounds, which today we have no buy rounds, which is great. But also, Coco Dependent and WizX got delayed for a little bit, which is fine because we're here, so we know what's happening and whatever. But when in between rounds, if someone else gets delayed and I get done with the game and I'm like sitting around for 10, 15 minutes, not sure if there's enough time for me to play a quick battle to entertain you guys or something, I don't know what's happening, and sometimes that shit happens, but with Swiss, every round has a chance of that happening. Whereas in a normal bracket, I can kind of duck and weave between them and sense out how things are going, because I've been doing this for 3 years. But in a Swiss format, it's like everybody stops and waits for everybody to finish. Then the next round starts. Then the next round starts. You know? But I asked the new players with a poll what they preferred, and it was overwhelmingly. There was 3 options. One option got no votes. One option got 7, and then Swiss got 14. So it was like, all right, well, new players like it. And the whole point of new player tournaments is to get more people to give land battles a shot, so we should do what they want to do. But, yeah. One thing that is nice is it is shorter than a bracket, total time-wise. While it is stressful to, like, organize and run it in real time and stuff, the end result is usually shorter and a little more contained. Because if you have 20 people sign up or if you have 8 people sign up, the Swiss part is going to be the same length. Whereas when I'm doing a normal bracket, it's like, if 8 people sign up, this is going to be a 2-hour stream. And if 20 people sign up, this is going to be a 4-hour stream. So good luck planning that shit out. So there are positives and negatives. In the last tournament, you won the FFA? Yeah, you did. Is it competitive or off meta? It is competitive, but with new player tournaments, you get some weird shit. Like Tretch Craventail, as we start actually doing our job in casting. For the Skaven, who are now mostly set up, we have a Doom Wheel, which is actually okay into Beastmen. Not great, still not great, but it is a mobile terror-causing piece that's pretty hard to break and difficult for Centaurs to kill off. The only thing it has to worry about is getting surrounded by Minotaurs or getting hit by throwing axes. But Doom Wheels can be okay. Not great, but okay. We do have Tretch Craventail. He is rather tanky, hard to snipe out, especially for someone like Torox. Now, Traitorkin is still a spell that exists, but it's hard to survive anything like that. But against Morgr the Shadowgave or someone with Chaos Spawn, Tretch is actually very survivable compared to a Grace here. Then we have a Stormvermin front line with Halberds and Shield variant, Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats mixed throughout. Here, 1 regular Poison Wind Mortar, a Warp Lightning Cannon, a Rattling Gun, and a Warlock Engineer with his Mortis Engine, Doom Rocket, Warp Lightning, and Howling Warp Gale. Great Book of Grudges, you're always asking about off-meta spells. That counts. I mean, come on, man, that counts. We got a fucking Doom Rocket over here. Anyway, for the Beastmen, we have 3 Centaurs with throwing axes, a whole front line of Ungors, Spears, and Axe variants, 2 Archers, Ungor Raiders, Kazric, 1 Eye. Then we have a Beastcaster with Flock of Doom and the Manticore Summon, and then 2 Minotaurs, one of which is the Butchers of Kalkengard. Poison Wind Mortars doing great damage versus these Centaurs. And is that the Doom Rocket? It's the fucking Doom Rocket! Let's go! Oh. Well, thankfully it'll be off cooldown like Mother Ostankia's Ghost Bear thing. Oh, it's a one-time use! That's stupid and outdated, and power creep is real. Rattling Gun's trying to stop Kazric from going burr, but they failed, and now Kazric goes burr. Take that, Poison Wind Globes. But the Rattling Guns are doing much better against the Centaurs than Kazric. Already, out of the 3 Centaur throwing axes, 2 are at about half HP, rounded, and 1 is routed altogether. But the high ground is going pretty well for the Beastmen. The only reliable DPS for the Skaven, those Poison Wind Globes, is already terror routing away from Butchers of Kalkengard and Kazric. And Kazric is rolling downhill through the Stormvermin. Takes a chunk out of their health. They're already down to half HP. He's getting a little closer to those Rattling Guns. We also have a Warp Fire Thrower. I missed the Warp Fire Throwers. Hello. They're pretty good against Beastmen. Look at this guy's leadership. It's just going to tank. Boop. The Burnt debuff. Terror routes immediately. But as we did say, the top side is going very poorly for the Skaven. The Beastmen do have a couple AFK units that do have to keep moving up, keep providing pressure, so a little bit of a mistake up there. Meanwhile, the Skaven have some troops on the low ground that aren't doing very much, and they could also be repositioning to get between the Beastmen and their targets. Tretch Craventail wandering out to challenge these Centaurs to honorable combat, also taking a bunch of throwing axes to the face, which is not to his liking. He has taken a lot of damage from those guys, but now that he's in melee, he should be safe for now. Rattling Gun's getting to fire uphill. It looks like at the Ungor Raiders, though they might need to retarget towards the Butchers of Calgard or the other Minotaurs. So both sides making some slight mistakes. Both sides getting other things going in their favor. As Kazric is very well disrupting the backline. He's currently stuck in some Stormvermin Halberds. He will want to get away from them as soon as possible, but the Poisonman Globes firing back into him, doing more friendly fire than good. That's what's going well for the Beastmen. They've entirely gotten rid of that top side of the fight, and they just need to keep moving in. They've also almost completed sniping out Tretch Craventail. Now, good things for the Skaven. All of the Centaurs have taken considerable damage. The Doomwheel is disrupting a lot of the archers in the back. Their Poison Wind Mortars are getting rid of the last of those archers. And Kazric took a lot of damage from the Stormvermin Halberds. With the Manticore summon out, I think it could just target Tretch Craventail, and though he is rather tanky to that sort of thing, if it gets even 2 shots in, it'll kill him? No. 1 shot, it'll tear out him. 3 shots it'd have to get to kill him. Warp Fire Throwers are back out here, roasting and toasting some Ungor Spearmen. And Tretch is still chasing down these Centaurs. He's just, come here, you fuck. Runs down Centaurs. Oh my god. Anyway, Kazric's back at it in the back line, disrupting the Poisonwind Globes once again, but now he's surrounded by Stormvermin Halberd, which are just taking him to task, absolutely slamming him into the dust. Oh god, alright, those Halberds, man. They did it. They fucking did it. This fight is getting very spread out, which is taxing on your micro to keep track of everything that's going on. The Manticore did jump over and do what we wanted. It got 1 hit in, and it terror-outed him. Let's see if I am correct, and 2 more hits should kill him. That one, for some reason, only did 100 damage, so guess not. Guess I'm just a liar. Alright, the Minotaurs have finally woken up, moved back in, trying to push off all these Skaven slaves and Clan Rat Spears, though that is a tall ask for them as the Butchers of Calgard get hit in the rear with the Warp Fire Throwers, who actually did do a lot of damage. There's nothing between them and the Butchers are weak to fire damage from that regeneration they have, so the Warp Fire Throwers are going to get good value. And things are looking real nice for the Skaven. Second Manticore summon is out. Looks like it's going to go over for Tretch Craventail, try and finish him off. Doomwheel hasn't been providing disruption. It's now below half HP, but it's still around. It's still kicking. It's fine. It's chilling. The Butchers of Calgard getting lower and lower on health. Leadership faltering. Rattling guns get to fire into these other Minotaurs. And the balance of power isn't terrible for the Beastmen, but it's starting to feel a little hopeless unless this Manticore can outright kill Tretch and then cause enough of a leadership disruption for the Skaven to have a mass rout on their hands. As Warp Fire Throwers and Rattling Guns do some very Skavenly things and start doing friendly fire enough to get them routing. Does Tretch die? He shatters, but he hasn't died. He needs to die. There goes. Tretch is dead, and with that, the Skaven should all start piecing out. There comes the mass rout. More and more white flags appearing above their heads. More and more white flags appearing above their heads. It's the Skaven way! As the Butchers of Calgard have killed off the Warp Fire Thrower, they need to reposition onto the Rattling Guns. They can't allow those guys to shoot them for free. As the Shadows Casters come again. Oh, the Skaven are leaving! But the balance of power is getting better and better for the Skaven as the Manticore summon did fade away. And a lot of their stuff is rallying. The Butchers of Calgard are AFK for the moment. They need to get active. They need to get involved. They need to run over and do something. Do something, Butchers! Do something! As a lot of Beastmen are also routing. The other Minotaurs are back, but the Butchers are here, and they're targeted onto the Rattling Guns. They're going to take a little bit of a tickling on the way in, but it's really not a big deal at all. And shutting down those Rattling Guns is huge. If they can stop the Rattling Guns, if they can attack the Warp Lightning Cannons, this shit is still very winnable for the Beastmen. They push off all those guys. A Warp Lightning is going to try and hit them, but it hits mostly Poison Wind Mortars, who are out of ammo, so they did fine. I mentioned at the very start of the game, the Doomwheel is tanky to everything except for one type of unit. What type of unit did I say that this guy needs to avoid? Well, could it possibly be the type of unit that's currently attacking it and immediately routes it off the map? Yes, it is. Now, was it a mistake of WizX to get it attacking Minos. No, this late in the game, it kind of had to come over here and do something, but I did, you know, it is what Minotaurs do. They surround and beat up big things. Flock of Doom is hitting everybody. Balance of Power is creeping back towards the middle as the Butchers of Kalkengard continue to fight away, but that's going to be a nice Warp Lightning that'll probably hit 2 or 3 models and does pretty good damage, all things considered, but the Unger Raiders firing in is much more reliable DPS onto Warp Lightning Cannons, who are now also routed off. Everything for the Skaven is routing. The Warlock Engineer is routing. The Balance of Power still thinks the Skaven have a shot, but I'm looking around. I see nothing on the battlefield for the Skaven except for a Storm Vermin. Didn't see you all the way over there. Okay, that's definitely what it's relying on, but it's not going to be enough. Doomwheel's trying to charge over. Maybe he can get a Terror up, but on the charge, it's going to take a lot of damage. There goes a third of its remaining HP, and it is going to rout yet again. Skaven trying to form some kind of defense, but the Balance Power keeps getting worse and worse for them, and I have to agree, the Butchers of Kalkengard are regenerating enough. They have a Beastcaster with Flock of Dooms for those Storm Vermin, and they have arrows left. This will be a Beastmen dub in a roller coaster of a game that spanned the whole fucking map. What are the Zap shooting at? Probably the Centaurs with throwing axes, because they kept rallying and then routing and then rallying and then routing. Bye, Ra. Does he have Lucky Skull Helm? I don't know. What up, Floof? Is it just me or did the Beastmen stop playing in the middle? We're probably looking at other stuff. Warlock Engineer does manage to rally, and he's trying to fight back against this caster, but the Doomwheel Shattering means there's going to be no rapid response terror to come help him out, so the Warlock Engineer is probably going to die very soon. The only reason this game hasn't ended is because the Storm Vermin with Halberds are out there, and that's enough balance of power for the game to believe. But if the Warlock Engineer actually shatters, then that'll probably tip it. There we go. A very good game. Hummus, we need some assistance. What happened? What'd you do? Looks like Sir Groot's looking at it. That was a GG. So Kazric got okay value, then he got stuck in Halberds and massacred. Butchers of Kalkengard put the game on their back, getting incredible value to carry it out. Centaurs with axes mixed. They did a lot of damage to Tretch. Unger Raiders were good support. And that's cool. Cool. Tretch did not get a lot of value, but man, he was ballsy. Just running down those Centaurs. That was so funny. Warlock Engineer did great. The Doomwheel honestly did fine. It just stopped the archers from being able to play the game for a long time. Terror outed off a lot of the front line. It's fine as a support piece. The mortars didn't pay for themselves, but they did do a lot. It felt like they did a lot of damage. Storm Vermin Halberds, 2,100 value. About 1,000 on the Warp Lightning Cannon, so that paid for itself. The Sword and Board Storm Vermin got rolled over by Kazric. Rattling Guns paid for themselves. Globes did okay. Warp Fire Throwers did great. Twice their value. And then Clan Rats, Skaven Slaves. GG. Fun builds. What did Bwags need? Should have brought the Eshin Sorcerer. Fucking true. Alright, we will end up spectating a different game from round one. They have someone who has not played in a land battle tournament ever. So they got held up at the start. Alright. I'm here. Nemeth was wondering if their build was legal. I popped in, I took a look. It looks good to me. So. We have Bald Kakashi here. Everybody loves Bald Kakashi. The someone is you. Yeah. Behind the screen blocker, I can see your build. It looks fine. I see no issues. How dare you? How dare you join a tournament and try new things in a new player tournament? Alright, let's do it! Bewags, a rising star in the new player tournaments. Fucking Chad that took a Feral Carnosaur. No, he fought against a Feral Carnosaur with a Glade Lord. And that is still one of the best fucking games I've spectated in a long time. It was on Pillar Bone, and Wags takes his whole army, puts it in like a side vanguard. Because if you're thinking of a full vanguard army, you're thinking it's going to be behind you or right in front of you. No, he puts it on one fucking side, and then 3 Way Watchers snipe the shit out of this Life Slan. And they're like, we did it! And I'm like, he did it! It's over. This game's fucking over. There's no healing. And the Lizardmen player, I honestly forget who it was, has a T-Rex and a bunch of Saurus. And the Slan dies, and their collective reaction is, so? And I'm like, what do you mean, so? Your Lord and your Mage is dead. You have no healing backup. Just throw in the towel. You're done. And then, like, 4 minutes goes by, and the Saurus are still grinding. And 5 minutes go by, and the Saurus are still grinding. And 6 minutes go by, and I'm like, huh, those Saurus aren't dying, huh? And they get through the Dryads, and now the Way Watchers are on the run as these Saurus just, like, walk at them ominously. And in the woods, the Glade Lord's trying to fight a fucking T-Rex, and it's just, like, beating the brakes off of her, which was really funny to me. So... And then this Glade Lord's like, ah, fuck, I gotta get away. So the Glade Lord tries to leave the fight to go help the Way Watchers with all the Saurus nearby. And the T-Rex is just on his ass, like, nah, where are you going? And he just keeps him on the ground, fights him over and over again. And then eventually the Glade Lord's like, shit, okay, I gotta fight this stupid T-Rex. So he turns around. Meanwhile, his Way Watchers are like, hey, boss, where you at? He's like, 1 sec, I gotta kill a fucking T-Rex. And the T-Rex proceeds to just beat his ass. It was so funny. Oh, it was a good game. Some games like that sometimes stick with you. T-Rex didn't hear no bell? Yeah. You wish you could have joined this week? Every week we host a new player tournament. And we switch time zones every week, so this week is a little more friendly to the people in Europe, since they should be getting off of work, so they have time to play, and the North American people are at work. Next week we'll be in the NA time zone, so it should be after NA people get off of work, and then the EU people probably be asleep. But it was pretty good. Sounds like I just missed a great game. That was in a different stream with this, the current Wood Elf player. I was just talking about one of my favorite games to cast in the last couple months, and he happened to be involved, which is why I was talking about. Actually, Wei, you did just miss a good game, though. So both are true. You did just miss a good game, but the game I was talking about was a different stream entirely. Alrighty. Haven't talked too much about the builds because I was waiting for them to make formation, but it looks like the Wood Elves have made their formation, and their formation is there. So, for Cathay, Nemeth has 2 Peasant Horsemen, 1 Onyx Crowman. It is the Empress Crowman with their very, very potent drop rocks ability, the Nangao grenades, 2 Fire Rain Rockets, 2 Jade Warrior Crossmen, 3 Jade Warrior Crossmen, none of which have shields, and then we have Jade Warrior Halberds and Jade Warriors. And then 1 Celestial Dragon Guard, yes, and it is the Dune Dragons, the ROR. Then we have Zhao Ming with his Heal item, and then the Dragon's Breath and Glittering Robe. On the other side, I'm trying not to talk too much about it for reasons. Alright, I heard someone ready up, so I'll talk about it quick. Since I know both players have been in the chat, I didn't want to reveal anything. The Wood Elves are going for a massive Vanguard sneaky play. But I didn't want to say that, and then the Cathay player might know. Not that they're cheating, it's just they might have the stream on. I don't know. I'm covering my bases here. Spellsinger of Life with only Earthblood. Then we have Great Stag Knights, Drycha, triple Deepwood Scouts with Swift Shiver Shards, a bunch of Dryads, a fourth Deepwood Scout with Swift Shiver Shards, more Great Stag Knights, and the Firebark Elders, Streakin ROR, all in the Vanguard. So, yeah. If you're wondering why I was just ignoring the Wood Elves, I just didn't want to potentially spoil the Vanguard surprise. As Cathay desperately starts to remake their lines and reform formations, the Firing Rocket gets a bit of friendly fire onto the Peasant Horsemen, who are already being charged by Great Stag Knights, which actually does just cause them to rout off. Now, the Firing Rockets, currently the way these formations are, sometimes just Warhammer 3 jank, but we do have to get more formation like this way. Because currently as they're walking, they're very long, and we can see that the Firing Rocket, if it's going to miss, it's not going to miss left or right, it's going to miss above or below. So when you're in a line like that, it's much easier to hit you. Great Stag Knights shredding Peasant Horsemen on the advance, then the Nangao Grenades plus the Emperor's Chrome and diving in on these other ones, but it looks like they're just suiciding for the Firing Rockets, want to get rid of those guys. And Zhao Ming is here. Great Stag Knights taking a bunch of damage from Zhao, but they will finish off the Peasant Horsemen despite their Harmony buffs, but they do have to back off. Something is dealing a lot of damage to them, or are they just going to suicide for those Firing Rockets? We will see. Deepwood Scouts are in range now. If they can shut down the Firing Rockets, then they can start dictating the pace of this game. Hello? Alright, don't know who that was, but they didn't answer in time, so fuck them. Pit of Shades is out for the Jade Warriors. Dryads have collided with the front line. Deepwood Scouts are here. The Deepwood Scouts are a little clustered up for my liking, but the Great Stag Knights shattered one of the Firing Rockets. The Deepwood Scouts are going to get rid of the other one, and the Great Stag Knights managed to slip around. They're going to get behind the Jade Warriors as everything is fucking crazy. The Onyx Crowmen are back here, though, and it looks like our Deepwood Scout friends are going to have a very bad time, as a Overcasted Dragon Breath fucks up the Emperor's Crowmen almost as much as the Deepwood Scouts, but a quick Earthblood is going to try and heal them all up. Meanwhile, Drycha and the Firebark Elders fighting on the front line. Fighting against Jade Warriors is going to be extremely tough for them, but you do have Great Stag Knights in support, just fucking up some of the enemy. 2 Jade Warrior crossbows are still online, and Zhao Ming is in the backfield, really disrupting the formations of the Wood Elves. It looks like one of the Great Stag Knights was pushed off the map or just killed flat out. So this is the last Great Stag Knight that we actually have. They try to slip away, try to disrupt more Jade Warrior crossbows as the Dune Dragons are closing in on them. Balance of power is a little bit in favor of Cathay, and I would tend to agree. Damage value is pretty even, but again, slightly Cathay favored. And the Great Stag Knights still disrupting those Jade Warrior crossbows, though also as Jade Warrior halberds are routing, since those Great Stag Knights are the only mobility of the Wood Elves, they have to decide between chasing stuff off and continuing to be a disruption piece. Zhao Ming is chasing around the Deepwood Scouts, but for the Wood Elves, the more they can separate out these 4 Deepwood Scouts, run in different directions, the harder it will be for Zhao Ming to do his job in the back line. There's a Dryad summon. Malevolent Dryads from Drycha are out, attacking these Jade Warrior crossbows. And Peasant Horsemen are back, charging into the Great Stag Knights. With their Harmony buff, they have 30-32 for melee attack, which is enough to get decent shots on the Great Stag Knights. Zhao Ming's taken some damage from the Deepwood Scouts, which we know he's going to heal cap, so you might as well shoot at him. You got to get rid of all that health eventually, but this is going to be a problem. The Firebark Elders are going to get destroyed by the Celestial Dragon Guard and the Jade Warrior Halberds. So we'll see. Balance power is back towards the middle. Zhao Ming getting a Melkos Mystifying Miasma on him, but he's also giving up on chasing the Deepwood Scouts, which is an interesting choice. Blags does have to rally them. He has to bring them back into range and start getting them to shoot at stuff, but I think his micro is probably back here with the Great Stag Knights and the Dryads and such. Frontline is falling apart a bit for the Wood Elves. Not surprising that the Wood Elf frontline is losing to Cathay's. It's kind of expected. The Great Stag Knights have taken so much damage, though, unless they get several Earthbloods to heal them up, they will have to change what they've been doing and just become, like, a chasing unit. Chase stuff that routes off, because they can't really commit to fights too much anymore. They just don't have enough mass left in them. I'm being pinged, why? Alright. For the enemy, there are a bunch of halberds left, Jade Warriors and Dune Dragons. They have some archers still around, and Xiaomei. For the Wood Elves, they have 3 Deepwood Scouts on the high ground firing in. They have a Lifecaster who's full HP, and Drycha has still a good amount of health behind her, but really nothing besides that. And remember, the balance of power is artificially inflated because each caster costs for a shitload on the balance of power, even though they share a mana pool, so it's not like both of them have full mana. Xiaoming is just dumpstering her right now. If Drycha can get a Pit of Shades off, like right here where there are 2 halberds, maybe this game could be turned around. But if she doesn't have a Pit of Shades, then this might be fucking doomed. Stag Knights with a rear charge onto the Jade Warrior crossbows get good damage out. Deepwood Scouts continuing to kite, and they have a ton of ammunition. If they can take out... Well, then there's Zhao Ming, too. I was going to say, if they can kill off the Jade Warrior crossbows so nothing can counterfire them, then maybe they can kite it out, but Zhao Ming can just run them down. Clint Westwood, nice to see land battles. Nice to see your username. Unless it's actually your name or just a coincidence. That always reminds me of Red Alert 2. Drycha is about to rout. The Wood Elves are very behind on balance of power at this point. They are down 2,500 value. And we have an all of a sudden lag spike. Which, if the game crashes out right now, I would be pretty comfortable calling it for Cathay, to be honest. Not trying to be a dick, just being a realist. Zhao Ming can probably carry the rest of the game on his own. And judging by the fact that we had no lag into a hard stop, that makes me think that a crash occurred. I like how we keep edging forward, like, 1 second every so often. Zhao Ming just sneaky dragoning right up to Drycha. Lands his first attack on her. And a nice breath attack onto the Deepwood Scouts, taking about a third of their remaining health. Now, the Deepwood Scouts have completely fucked up the Dune Dragons. I will give them that. I haven't seen Deepwood Scouts do good in a very long time, and they are murdering the Dune Dragons. But with Drycha routing and probably going to get sniped by Zhao Ming, there's nothing here. There's nothing to see here, ladies and gents. Has Nurgle blessed you yet? Nah, dude. GG's. It was a bold Vanguard. Deepwood Scouts did alright. Great Stag Knights. One got massacred. The other one tried to hard carry the whole game. So pretty mixed results there. And Dryads just stand no chance versus Jade Warriors. Drycha did okay. Spellslinger Life did alright. Zhao Ming, 2,500 value, which is the most I've seen him get in a very long time. One of the halberds did fantastically. The rest of the Jade Warrior blanks didn't do very well. Jade Warrior crossbows did okay. Fire and Rockets, one got shut down immediately. The other one got 1,700 value, actually. Emperor's Crowman and Peasant Horseman did alright. I wish War Dancers had Vanguard. Same, brother. Same. Alright, did they report their scores? As soon as they report their scores, we can get the second round going. Apologies to anyone for the delayed first round. Hopefully things get going a little faster as people get more comfortable with the format. Swift Shiver Shards give you double arrows. Less range. Alright, there it is. Next round. Advanced Swiss. Boop. Next round's up. Okay, we spectated Blags, Wing Destro, Coco Dependent, and Nemeth already. Let's check out Dragonborn and Freaka. For anybody who cares about the bracket, here it is. Boop, boop, boop. Bwags had -1. Okay, that didn't affect his score. That'd be kind of funny if it was like, you get -1 points. We're going to try and spectate Dragonborn and Freaka. What's the best way to deal with Cathay and Tzeentch? Tzeentch, it's having an abundance of cheap ranged and cavalry presence. If you can win the flank fights with cavalry and keep your archers safe, then you can usually beat Tzeentch. Decent factions against them are Bretonnia. Not a great faction, but decent. I honestly think Skaven are fine into Tzeentch. There's not a ton more, though. Beastmen can do okay. Norska can do okay versus Tzeentch. But yeah, those are the two key aspects. You need a bunch of cheap shooting. Because if you have expensive shooting, that's pretty easy for Tzeentch to just snipe it out. So you just need a bunch of different shooting. And then you need the mobility to protect it. Because Tzeentch has good single entities, which are weak to ranged. And Tzeentch has really strong healing, which you're just going to have to burn through, and ranged units have the DPS potential to do that. So all of Tzeentch's problems are your range, so you know Tzeentch is going to go pretty heavy on mobility, so you just have to beat him there. But if you can keep your archers up, you'll be fine. As for Cathay, I have more trouble versus Cathay than Tzeentch, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Cathay's too good at too many things to give you a blanket recommendation. Because you can beat them, right? You just have to know what's coming. And that's the hard part, is I can't just tell you, like, well, just get archers. Because then if they have firing rockets, you lose. But if they have firing rockets and you go, like, a lot of single entities and stuff, then the firing rockets aren't going to be very good. And it's like, okay, yeah, you can do that. But if they go for Miao Ying, Gotrek, and Felix, or Miao Ying double Sentinel, or they go mass halberds, then and you went single entities, well, then now you're fucked. Well, if you try to outshoot them, they have Peasant Horsemen, and they have Onyx Crowmen, and they have Jade Lancers. Well, if you try to, infantry rush them, their Jade Warrior frontline will hold forever, and they could hard blob on you. Like, you see the problem where it's just... Cathay is way too good at too many things right now that it's hard to build against them. And while Tzeentch is as powerful, I personally like fighting Tzeentch more. Not that I really like fighting either of them, but I like fighting Tzeentch more because at least I kind of know what's going on. It's like, yeah, they're going to take Kairos, and yeah, he's going to be a dumb piece of shit, and yeah, I hate him, but at least I know what's coming. Instead of Cathay, where it's like, what are we doing? Mass Cav Rush? Fucking Blob? Fucking Box? A normal-ish Empire-style build? Mass Artillery? What's going on? So, yeah, I'm not a fan of Cathay. Hashtag fuck Cathay. His attorney never had the Dwarfs. Dwarfs are not very popular right now. It's true. Kislev strapped for killing Cathay. Kislev is actually pretty decent at killing Cathay right now because you have chariots that work. Chariots are a very good counter to Cathay, but most chariots in the game don't do what they should, which is like extremely simplified. If the enemy has 10,000 infantry and you have chariots, you should be able to kill all of the infantry by charging them to death. But if the enemy has monstrous infantry, cavalry, monstrous cavalry, ranged units, artillery, single entities, they should be able to handle your chariots. So there's the but. You might be like, infinite infantry, what? You want chariots to be OP? No, I want chariots to do chariot things. Chariots should be able to slice through infinite infantry. And not braced halberds. Yes, braced halberds will stop chariots. But we're under the assumption that you're not an idiot. So like, loose formation infantry or non-anti-large armor-piercing infantry or infantry, even if it's anti-large armor-piercing that's engaged with other infantry, should be susceptible to chariots because full infantry builds shouldn't work because you're too limited. But with the way chariots currently work and the way mass works, they'll like get halfway through their charge and then get stuck and then just die. Because if chariots ever don't get microed perfectly, they're supposed to die, which is fine. But the problem right now is just the way mass works, it feels like chariots have less mass than they should. And on ultra unit size, there's way more things for them to get through. So they just run out of gas and get caught up and stuff and die. And Kislev bear sleds are one of the very few chariots right now in the game that can just mow through infantry like butter. Because they can even do it to dwarves. Which there's a discussion about Kislev chariots being too strong, sure. But I think the bigger conversation isn't, wow, one chariot in the whole game can get through infantry. We should nerf that. And I think the conversation should be more of, why can't any other chariot get through infantry at all? I think we should focus on that one more than the one chariot that works is currently too strong. Which it is, but again, I would bring you back to maybe chariots having so much ammunition is a bad idea. War wagons, Mother Ostankia, bear chariots. Maybe chariots not being hittable in melee if they're even moving slightly away from enemy cavalry. War wagons, Mother Ostankia, bear chariots. My problem is not, this chariot can get through all my infantry, and my infantry-only builds can't stop the chariots. Or rosters that have chariots shouldn't have so much healing, or even infinite healing. Mother Ostankia, with your stupid ability that's not limited to a number of uses. You can just keep using it forever. So chariot cycle charging and kiting, you can theoretically infinitely heal those chariots up, which is stupid. Or Patriarchs, just being in melee combat next to the chariots heals them up, which is stupid. Or Patriarchs having an AoE 3 times charged a heal, which is stupid. Maybe those are more problems than bear chariots can actually get through my infantry. So, yeah. No, so that's the main problem with Cathay right now, is they do have a weakness, but their weakness is just not present in the current state of the game. Like, chariots are just not a meta consideration. And to the most common response, before I even read chat, to the most common response, I got Tuskor chariots to work in this one game and they got 4,000 value. Or I got Tomb King's chariots to work in this one game and they got 3,000 value, etc. I'm talking about aggregate, right? In aggregate, there's too much jank with chariots. There's too many instances of chariots getting caught on nothing and not being able to move. There's too many instances of chariots getting caught in, like, Dwarf Warriors with one model in Dwarf Warriors, but then all 3 of the other chariots in that unit keep coming back and coming back and coming back, and you have to dedicate all of your micro just to tell the chariot, leave him, he's toast, leave him, and you almost start to beg for the dwarves to kill the chariot they have so that the rest of your chariots can, like, leave the fight, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the one instance where you got it to work. It, like, I don't know. Because sometimes I get into those arguments with people online where it's like, no, this unit's really good. You and everyone else who plays the game just don't know how to use them. And I'm like, all right, show me, I guess. Just show me. Sign up for something and completely body fools with this unit that's so secretly broken. And it's not just chariots. It's like, again, I've been covering this stuff for like 3 years, and it's always been a thing where people are like, I'm not trying. You can there's a difference I'll say this. There's a difference between a hot take and a shit take. I'm talking about shit takes. If you're like, secretly, Deathmaster Snitch isn't that bad. His net is really powerful. His spin is really powerful. And yeah, he can get sniped out by Spirit Legion Fireball, but he has stealth, and it's like, okay, that's a hot take. A shit take is to say, like, Grayseer on foot is a good melee combatant. Like, something that is just patently false. You're like, what are you talking about? He's terrible on foot. Like, he's a caster, but why would you send him into melee? And I get that sometimes with some other things, like, Cathay Harmony blobs, where you would use Jade Warrior crossbows as melee units. And they're like, don't... The problem with Jade Warrior crossbows is people give them space to shoot. So what you should do is just form a line and put Jade Warrior crossbows in the line, but put them in melee mode, and they're just there for the Harmony buff. And it's like, listen, I get the idea, but have you ever tried it? No? All right. Try it. Just try it one time before throwing it in my YouTube comments of this, like, awful fucking take. Jade Warrior crossbows will not do well in melee, no matter how much Harmony or chevrons you give them. That's a shit take. Oh, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff I get, man. You wouldn't believe. Or things that require too much micro, where it's like, yes, technically the situation you're setting up is true, but what's the rest of your army doing while you insane god tier micro 3 units specifically around and around and around, and the rest of your army's just fucking dead, or what? Look at that kitty. Oh, you could see that? Yeah, that was Ed. Your Kislev strat didn't have chariots? Then it's been too long, Rinless. You've been retired for too long. I don't remember it. Range units don't die to chariots? If they shoot chariots, they'll do a lot of damage. Yeah, Vanthus. Okay, yeah. You can definitely overbalance it, and then, like, chariots are too strong, like they were in Warhammer 2 for a bit. That's true, but it's also true that they're shit right now, so there's something in between that. The Alfredino Flamers theorem? Yeah. If you give each model the Sword of Cain. Yeah. Anyway, we have a game. Enough stalling, enough ranting. Ogres versus Lizardmen. In theory, a good matchup for the Ogres. It feels like they'd be good at surrounding and killing heavily armored things. For Koala Duck, we have 2 Crushers with great weapons, one of which is the Sky Striders, 2 Sabertusk packs, and the Sky Striders specifically got nerfed in patch 4.0, so we'll see how they do here. 4 Iron Guts, 4 Noblar Trappers, and a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with Bone Crusher and Troll Guts. So a double nerfed build. The Sky Striders and the Noblar Trappers took nerfs. We'll see if it can hold up. On the other side for Frika, we do have Saurus. It's not a new player tournament if we don't have the customary appearance of Saurus that Human Boy hates and everybody else loves. 2 Temple Guards, one of which is the Star Chamber Guardians, 2 Saurus Spears, 3 Skink Cohorts, 2 of them have Javelins. And we have 2 Feral Cold ones, the Cohort of Huatl, Sacred Boxagor ROR, bestilled on with Rev Crystal for some extra healing, a second bestilled on with Rev Crystal for more extra healing, Mazda Mundi with Net and Apotheosis, and Nosaurus Scar Veteran on foot with his Plaque of Dominion minus leadership, which is actually pretty good against Ogres. Ogres are a lower leadership faction. They're not super low like Skaven or Greenskins, but they aren't swimming in leadership either. This is a lot of healing, but the Ogres also have a shit ton of healing in their army passive and their magic. Plus, the Ogres are pretty good at bursting through something and finishing it off. They're not really a slow grind faction. They're more of a surround you and kill you right now faction. Noblar Trappers already starting to rout from the Sacred Boxagors, but the Iron Guts get a counter charge in. Quick Vivification Crystal trying to keep these guys healthy. And the Dazed effect from the Sacred Boxagors is lowering the Iron Guts down to 28 melee defense. Meanwhile, the Temple Guard are starting to get involved. They should shred through Iron Guts like nobody's business. Feral Cold Ones are getting massacred in the backfield by very angry Rhinoceros and Kitty Cats. But again, there are Saurus Spears here. There are other things. And a Rev Crystal onto Skink Cohorts of Javelins. Now, you know you have a lot of healing when you can spend healing on a Skink Cohort with Javelins, and the caster, me, doesn't even disagree. I'm like, yeah, actually, okay, that makes sense. This is going to be a problem, though. This Bastildon can't sit here and fight these Iron Guts. He's going to take way too much damage doing so. Sky Striders and Saber-Tusk packs finishing off some more infantry in the distance, though the Source Spears will trade up into the Sky Striders. I think the Sky Striders might win, but they definitely will take more damage than they bargained for in the trade. One Iron Guts is pushed off. The second one, fighting the cohort of Waddle, is pretty close to routing, and the Lizardmen are already ahead on the balance of power, and I would actually tend to agree. Things are looking good for them, but this will be nasty. A rear charge in from the Crushers with great weapons could actually do a lot of damage to the cohort of Waddle. And what is getting popped here? Oh, a net of Amnatok from Mazda Mundi, trying to net them in place while the Star Chamber Guardians close in. He acknowledges the cohort of Waddle might be dead unless he can get an Apotheosis onto them. And the Sky Striders have caught out one of his 2 Bastildons with the Rev Crystals. So that is going to be about a third of his healing pushed off the map in a second here. But the collapse is here. Net of Amnatok still holding these guys in place as the Star Chamber Guardians have arrived and fully saturated this whole situation. And now the Crushers have a really tough decision. Do they leave this bad situation? Which, like, yeah, it's bad. But they leave the Slaughtermaster behind. So they're kind of stuck here, at least buying some time for him, while the Ogres win elsewhere. One Rev Crystal is still healthy and fine. The other one, it looks like it received some healing from somewhere, and now the Saurus Spears have bought him a little bit of space, so he is actually safe and ready to go. Storm Chamber Guardians pushing off those Iron Guts. Crushers have taken about half HP while we've been here. The Slaughtermaster, his leadership is showing its cracks. Slaughtermasters always rout, man. They're ready to rout at the drop of a hat, and he is ready to go. Iron Guts and Nobblar Trapper is going to be harassed by this Rev Crystal. Maybe they can deal with it, maybe they can't. Balance power still slightly Lizardmen favored, but here comes some of the Ogre healing to try and get them back into this game, as the Rev Crystal also gets some healing from an Apotheosis, but it is a Troll Guts undercast onto the Crushers, who are now chasing off Skink Cohorts. And if they can actually chase these Skink Cohorts and get some kills on them and whatnot, they will start charging that Ogre passive up. Mazda Mundi fighting the Slaughtermaster all on his own. The Star Chamber Guardians are not actually nearby. They're over here fighting Iron Guts and securing the Rev Crystal. Meanwhile, one of the 2 Temple Guards is stuck fighting both Crushers in a sandwich. They are taking a lot of damage, but they'll deal it back, and it looks like the Ogres know that. Once their charge bonus wears off, they are out of there, running for the hills. Nobblar Trapper's punishing Mazda Mundi a little bit, though healing exists. And the cohort of Waddle, down to 5 models, are coming back. Ruination of Cities trying to avoid any of the Saurus, but still hit the Nobblars. A cheeky little cast there from Freaka. I like it. He did get rid of that Nobblar Trappers. But a Temple Guard is about to get hit with a Bone Crusher. This was a very popular spell at the start of Warhammer 3. It does really good damage for the cost. And it is good overall, but we haven't seen as much of it in lieu of just more and more healing for the Ogres. Freaka is keeping about a 1,000 lead on the damage value. Oh, and this could be a deciding moment in the game as the Crushers are closing in to surround Mazda Mundi. Does he have Rev Crystal support ready to keep him alive? I heard a Rev Crystal go off somewhere, but it's not onto Mazda. Shield the Old Ones is out, but you can see how much fucking damage he's taken from those Crushers now that they've surrounded him. I think he took about 1,000 in the charge. He stopped taking damage for now, and he is getting a Rev Crystal. That's healing him up. It looks like the Saurus are keeping him alive, and some of the Crushers pieced out to go deal with this area, where there are no Saurus and no Temple Guard to keep anything safe, so Bastildon and the cohort of Waddle should be good targets. Net of Amnatok from Mazda Mundi trying to keep them in place there. Sky Striders also leaving this fight with all those gosh darn spears. Balance power turning further against the Ogres, and I don't disagree. They need a Butcher. A Butcher would be great for them right about now. Cohort of Waddle are taking strangely low damage, so is the Bastildon. And I have noticed this sometimes with Mournfang Cav or Crushers. I feel like sometimes they just aren't good at saturating an area and really getting good damage in. Because look how many of them are just standing around in their own way. Crusher's taking a lot of damage, balance power continues to dip, and this guy is trying to rejoin the fight with extra ingredients to offer maybe some healing for his Crushers, but both of them are going to tear out because I guess Crushers aren't ITP. Mazda Mundi chucks out an Apotheosis for one of his Rev Crystals, and Dragonborn, Koala Duck, whatever you want to call him, throws in the towel, realizing he can't out-heal the Lizardmen. Temple Guard both did pretty darn well. Rev Crystals offered a ton of healing. Saurus Spears also did very well. Skinks did fine. They did okay. Court of Waddle did fine. Masamudi did fine. Source Scarvet was around. He existed. Slaughtermaster and his Crushers, regular Crushers, did 2,200 value, which is great. Sky Strider struggled a bit. Iron Guts struggled. Saber Spacks did fine. Naba Trappers did fine. GG. No skink left behind. It's true. Someone asked me a thing. Anybody done with their games yet? Not yet, which is fine, because I have to go to the bathroom. So here is the bracket while I go to the bathroom. We know Dragonborn and Freaka is done. The other three, still working on it. BRB! Hello? Hello? I am back. What do we have here? Looks like we have 2 games still going. It's okay, Freaka. It's okay. It's alright. I am going to complain about a thing. If you don't want that, then I don't know how you found this channel. But I'm going to complain about a thing. It's not Warhammer related at all. It's actually not. I had to abandon a show. I had to abandon a show. I was in season 2. I just couldn't take it anymore. I dipped. You know why I dipped? Because it doesn't matter what type of show it is. I've dipped from movies, I've dipped from shows that do this one thing, and I fucking hate it. And if you like it, you're wrong. Alright, here we go. Internet controversy time. Shows with guns and a protagonist, and the protagonist is supposedly good with guns, suck. They suck. And if you think they're good, you're wrong. But Human Boy, that's way too broad. No, it isn't. But Human Boy, you're still... Shut up. Alright, here's why it sucks. Because I haven't seen a show yet that did protagonist with guns is good at guns well. Because a lot of their skill, and I'm doing air quotes, skill with guns is not getting shot. While standing in the middle of nowhere and people are shooting at them and it's like, wow, look how fucking good X character is. They're not getting shot. They're not doing anything. They're standing there like a fucking dumbass and they're just happening to not get hit. That's not a skill on their part. For example, the show I just had dip out of, and again, not trying to just flame this show, like it's just a genre that I can't get behind. The show I had to dip out of, there's this girl, and she's supposedly good with guns. And everyone's like, wow, this girl is so cool. She's so good with guns. She can do like a backflip and a triple front flip and then shoot you mid-front flip and do a bunch of damage, and she's so cool. And I'm like, yeah, she's good with guns. That's pretty cool. And then at one point, she's standing in an alleyway, which is a tiny confined space, and a car rolls up with a minigun on the back, a rotating barrel, modern-day machine gun. Fires hundreds of rounds at her, and she stands there, pulls out a pistol, looks down the sights as bullets are flying all around her, fires one shot, and hits the guy in the fucking face. Which, yeah, that's cool. And yeah, she pulled off the shot. But she should be fucking dead. Like, the sheer volume of bullets in that tiny space, no shot. She lives. Like, no shot whatsoever. And, like, every gunfight is like that. And I just can't suspend disbelief for that long. Like, the skill in it is just your accuracy. But then when the characters don't put themselves in situations to utilize that accuracy, when they put themselves in situations where the only way they can live is dumb fucking luck, I can't care about that character because nothing matters. It reminds me that I'm watching a TV show and I hate it. So that's my thing. Who's messaging me? Uh-oh. So I have a hard time with it. And there are shows with guns that I enjoy, but they are more realistic, or it's not like someone's such a fucking badass that when someone's shooting at them, they happen to not get hit. It's like their accuracy is usually in a format where the other person is not shooting at them. So it's like, look how crazy far I can hit this shot. Or the show is about the characters and their traits and their interactions, and like they're in a situation where guns are frequently present, but the superpower isn't guns, if that makes sense. Because shows where it's just like, I mean, you didn't get hit, okay, it is I don't know, that's different. Like, I enjoyed John Wick, but I treated John Wick as a comedy. I didn't actually like watch John Wick being like, this is a thing you can do. I don't know. Tournament-wise, Count League? Yeah, you could probably sign up for the new player tourneys. Yeah, I enjoyed the John Wick movies, but I treated them, like I said, as just pure comedy. I wasn't in it for the plot. I wasn't in it for the character development. My friends and I just watched it and really enjoyed it. And the choreography was nice. The stunt work was really nice. You know, I think those are good movies. There are just too many shows that, like, I just can't. I can't believe that the character is, like, good. Or read this and got it in your head. I actually didn't read that and get it in my head just yet, Cyrus. I just acknowledged that is a gun movie I enjoy. Smokin' Aces and Bullet Train are other movies I enjoy. But again, they use like the bullet play and stuff as comedy. Like, actually, they use people getting shot as plot points because you're wondering who's going to even survive this horrendous ordeal. So there's that. So plenty of people die. But then they also, when someone does survive a ridiculous situation, it's played for laughs. Like, you know, the train, in Bullet Train, like the train hits something, goes flying end over end. Brad Pitt goes flying through all these cars and he hits like a backpack and like a tray, but nothing dangerous. And you know, the characters afterwards are like, you say you have bad luck, but that shit just happened. And he's like, I guess. So I like when they acknowledge it, but when they play it straight and you're supposed to be like, oh, what a fucking badass, I can't get there. Like The Expendables. The Expendables was a movie series that I just couldn't really enjoy. I was trying to think of a specific example. Mission Impossible is kind of another one. Kind of. The Mission Impossible is still entertaining because of the insane set pieces that they set up, and like Tom Cruise is really good at stunt acting. Did you see Trigun? I saw a bit of Trigun. I fell off the wagon on Trigun. Hold on. Black Lagoon Alleyway. I'm trying to find the alleyway scene from Black Lagoon, because that's the one where I had to just give up. I mean, this is kind of close. So, like... Oh, shit. Now it's buffering. There's, like, 100 mercenaries firing machine guns into this bar, and these guys are just, like, walking around. And Crazy Pistol Lady is gonna kill a bunch of people, and she's, like, really good at it. And it's like, that's fine, but also these guys fucking suck. Like, dude, there was this many people just spraying machine guns in here, and the protagonists are running around and they're fine. I'm just gonna, like, jump out and do some crazy shit and whatever. Which is fine. But they're just, like, now they're just not shooting. It's like, shoot at her at all and you're gonna be fine. And now that she's behind the bar, then they start firing again. I don't know. It's just too much of, like, gunplay action relies on your enemy being idiots, and it makes me sad. And I can't get behind it. I can get behind a bunch of dumb fantasy bullshit. And I acknowledge that that's stupid. I don't know how. Because as soon as it's a sword, the same arguments come up. The same arguments come up when it's a sword, but it's all of a sudden fine for me. Like, oh, okay, human boy, so one guy could just walk in with a sword and, like, a whole bunch of guards stand around him and don't swing at him, and that's fine. For some reason, yes, and I know it's stupid, and I know I'm stupid. I can't change who I am, okay? I'm just dumb. I'm just a dumb guy. But at least it's a little more believable for me where, like, yeah, I could, like, parry and, like, do backflips and stuff. But when people just spraying a room with bullets, I'm like, that guy's dead. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. Alright, we're gonna catch... We'll actually have watched everybody in this tournament if we catch Killer Lion versus Nurgles PA. So that'll be fun. Do they also have unlimited ammo? It's Hummus Sled. Oh, Sam Rick, I love that. It's Hummus Sled. When he lose, we sad, but he forget that Skaven bad. Let's do the show. Yeah, but again, it bothers me, and not to just flame Black Lagoon. It bothers me in Star Wars. It bothers me in The Expendables. It bothers me in some of the old Sylvester Stallone movies. I'm trying to think of other shows that have guns. But, like, I don't have a ton of examples because usually I piece out of shows with guns. It bothered me a little bit in Psycho Pass, but Psycho Pass was much more about the mind. Good to see you actually watch the shows I suggest. Yeah, dude. So you suggested Black Lagoon. I got through season 1 and then a bit of season 2, but like I just acknowledged, I just, like, I lose my shit at shows with guns. So, yeah. I watched Skeletal Knight from Another World, like you suggested. That one was good. That one was real good. I'm trying to think. I just went through a bunch of my lists. Because League of Legends is currently on a break. And that's usually what I watch, so I got some shows done. I'm watching Castlevania again. Castlevania is a little bit stupid. Not the new one. I'm watching the old one to remember what's happening to get to the new one, which I've heard people don't like the new one. But Castlevania is a little bit stupid, but it is perfect, just perfect human boy aesthetic, so I ignore the stupid stuff. But like, oh, it's a gothic time zone with vampire hunters fighting vampires, and they need holy water and silver to deal with these things. There's a bunch of gargoyles running around, and everybody's getting murdered, and betrayal, and Dracula's a badass, but he's haunted by his past. I'm like, straight into my veins. Straight into my veins, Daddy. Yes, more. I don't care that it's dumb vampire bullshit. I'm here for it. That's like when Twilight and shit got popular and like everyone in the mainstream is doing vampires. I got sad because I'm like, no, now Hollywood's gonna think that vampire bad because people are gonna burn out on it because you're overdoing the thing. And it's like I've always loved emo vampire stuff. The more emo, the better. There was a Van Helsing that came out with Hugh Jackman in it that was actually like one of my favorite movies of all time. And now I don't want to go back and watch it because I watched it like 6 or 7 or 8 times, no joke, when I was 15 through 17, somewhere in there. And now as an adult, I don't want to go back and watch it because I'm worried it's going to be bad. I'm worried it's actually a bad movie. And I'm like, no, just leave it in the past where it's good. I don't know if anybody else has a movie like that. Because I recently replayed Titanfall 2. And when I first played Titanfall 2, I used to play a bunch of shooters. And I used to actually play Call of Duty for the campaign, believe it or not. Yeah, I'm a scrub. So I played Call of Duty for the campaign, so I got Titanfall because my friend Bach recommended it to me. And played Titanfall. Loved the campaign. It was a really good campaign for a shooter. Like, the plot actually was cool. And spoilers are coming in hot, but if you haven't played that game, it's like 9 years old, so I don't know what you're doing. But, yeah, so in Titanfall 2, they do this thing. You're running around with this sentient robot, BT. And over the course of the story, you come to love BT, and you think BT's pretty great. And you get to the end, and BT dies. And you're like, oh, but he's not actually dead because they couldn't kill a marketable character. And then your guy pulls this, like, chunk out of BT's robot. And he's like, this is its mainframe. If I could get him to a different robot, I could save him. And you're like, there it is. There it is. It's the stupid thing. So at that point, I was still kind of playing it because I thought it was dumb. But I was like, it's a fun game. Its mechanics are really, really good. Absolutely love it. But I'm not really invested in the story. And then they kill him a second time, like 5 minutes later. You put him in a different robot, you fight with him for a bit, and then he fucking dies again, and for real this time. And the game's even like, nah, it's for real this time. And that shit just threw me, because I was not ready for it. I have played many bullshit games where death doesn't matter. And then this one's like, nah, hitting you with the feels. And I'm like, no! No, I actually care! I wasn't ready! I wasn't ready! BT! No! Teared up a little bit. You had to leave your giant robot friend behind. And then the fucked up part is you lose, which was also a really good plot point. You lose. You failed. You succeeded at your mission, but then the final guy is still there. BT's dead. You got no ammo. You're completely fucked, and this guy has a gun to your face. You lose. You're not the protagonist who can beat anybody by the power of believing in themselves. You lose. It's done. And then that guy's employer calls him, says, hey, I just saw the reactor blew up. You failed your mission. And the mercenary that's got a gun to your face is like, yeah, I did. And the guy goes, you're fired. And the mercenary puts his guns away, and he's like, I just got fired, so looks like you're free to go. And he walks off. And I'm like, holy shit! It actually killed a main character. It did the fake out, and then it actually killed a main character, which is epic. And then you lose, which like a first-person shooter never does, because your character always has to start the first-person shooter as a recruit. I don't know who you are, but here's a pistol. Do your thing. And then you somehow become the best fighter in the entire world. And in this story, you weren't. You just weren't. He was better. Okay. I like it. And anyway, where that was going is I replayed it recently because I remembered it so fondly, as you could tell from that gushing. And when I replayed it, it was fine. It was fine. Without the surprises, when I knew it was coming, it was fine. I noticed some more plot holes. Some of the gameplay loop got a little old. It was fine. So now I don't want to rewatch any movie that I ever liked. And I don't want to replay any games that I liked. Because I'm like, wait, what if they're just fine? And I ruin that nostalgia I had. Because before I replayed it, I was like, Titanfall 2, best fucking campaign I've played in a shooter ever in my entire life. Oh my god, it's so great. And then I replayed it, and now I'm like, it's fine. Hellsinger Bridge is the best thing ever. Vanthus, Hellsinger Bridge is just great, but it's not the movie I'm talking about. That's a show, but it's fucking great. You watched Skeleton Knight from Another World? Cyrus recommended it to me and I watched it. Yeah. So Police Squad and its movie spinoff, The Naked Gun. Hellsing Ultimate and Hellsing Abridged are two different shows, and both are great. Yeah, Hellsing Abridged honestly tells you most of the plot that you need to know. It's funny how like close to the actual story you get. Do you have to admit though, as a child, having your favorite character suddenly come back to life does feel good. Not anymore though. It's a good plot element that everyone used too much, and now it's been beaten to death. But it's not like an intrinsically flawed thing. Skyrim was never that good. It had some good quests, but a lot of stupid ones. Yeah, Skyrim's one that didn't age super well for me. Personally. Like, the combat is really bad. I know you can fix it through mods, but I'm a bit of a pleb. Like, since I'm a streamer, some people give me much more technological credit than I deserve. I don't like modding because I'm not confident enough in myself to not destroy my game. Follow the suggestions of the Great Book of Grudges. I'll try. Won't he just have me wandering around killing elves, though? Have you seen Von Helsing or Helsing Ultimate? I did see Helsing Ultimate, and I saw The Abridged. Both are great. Back to the match. Yep, they're setting up. I usually like to dumb bullshit around until they're mostly set up. Alright, for Killer Lion and... Wait, the Dwarves? Oh, okay. As soon as I saw Nurgle's PA, I know he's been playing a lot of Dwarves recently. He played Dwarves in our faction war, so I thought that he was the Dwarves. But it's actually Killer Lion. Okay. Killer Lion and the Dwarves, we have 3 Quarrelers, 1 cannon, 1 grudge thrower, a front line of miners with blasting charges, a secondary line of longbeards with great weapons, and 2 gyrocopters, brimstone's guns, and Thork Ironbrow. Very, very tight box. On the other side is that box's worst nightmare. We have 5 Bleak Swords, a Blackguard Corsair, 5 Dark Shards, all of them with shields, a Supreme Sorceress of Dark with Soul Stealer and Dragon Breath. Not a spell, but just being on a dragon. And then 4 Shades. This box is going to have a terrible time. 2 Shades already firing at a Gyrocopter, take it down to half HP. We did have fun with Skyrim with my 1 life thing, though. I love the Skyrim 1 life, because it's just silly. If you ever die, that character's just, like, dead. And then it's just funny, because of, like, how fucking terrifying Skyrim is when that's it. Somebody mentioned on that stream, they're like, this is like a horror game now. Alright, Grudge Throwers and Cannons are in range of the sneaky Shades. Gyrocopters and Quarrelers are trying to come back and counterfire against them, but the Shades are just getting a lot of damage out. Shades actually did end up backing off, which I guess is fine. I guess they're playing patiently. Dark Shards will want to move up. Right now they're kind of spreading out, but they will want to move up and get into range so that the Shades can keep on firing. But the Dark Elves being a little bit slow about this is fine. Most of the agency is in their corner. I mean, one Cannon and one Grudge Thrower aren't going to do enough damage to Dark Shards and these Shades that it's going to really matter. The Shades faffing about and taking some extra damage from Quarrelers is a little concerning, and now it looks like they're focusing more on shooting at the Quarrelers than the Cannons. Which, that's not a bad choice. Quarrelers are shielded, so even though you have armor-piercing shots, the shields are still going to help a little bit, but 4 versus 2 is always going to be in the 4's favor. Unless they're like Skaven Slave Slingers. I mean, Skaven Slave Slingers won't win that fight, but it is what it is. Blasting Charges killing off the Bleak Swords. Pretty classic stuff. Though this Dark Elf build doesn't really need the Bleak Swords, it just has them. What it needs are the Dark Shards and the Shades. That's what's going to win this game. 2 of the Quarrelers almost dead. Grudge Thrower not having a good time as one of Nurgle's PA's Bleak Swords did penetrate the area and is now already pushing the Grudge Throwers off their mounts. Cannon is danger low on HP. With the Dark Shards getting in range, it is doomed. Cannon is gone. 2 Quarrelers are gone. Grudge Thrower is gone. 1 Gyrocopter is gone. And Killer Lion is keeping up in damage value for now, but I think that is mostly due to the Blasting Charges and due to the Quarrelers, which are now offline. I think we will see the Dark Elves taking quite a bit of a lead rather quickly. Dark Elf caster needs to look for good breath attacks, preferably onto Longbeards. She might try and just snipe Thoric, which is a tricky prospect. Is he even on his anvil? No, he's on foot? Yeah, he is on his anvil. Then the breath attack will do a little bit more, but it actually is onto the Longbeards, just not at an angle I expected. Still does good damage, though, so we take those. Now a bit of kiting. As the Dark Elves are trying to separate out their Dark Shards around so that they can, you know, run away from these miners and shoot back at them whenever they need to. Big Soul Stealer onto Thoric and the lads. Most of the Sorceress's damage has come from overcasting near Thoric. And this Quarreler is the last ranged unit of the Dwarves that's still online, though getting shot by Dark Shards. Shades have almost finished off that Longbeard. And these Shades are just focusing down Thoric himself. Balance power tips pretty heavily in the favor of the Dark Elves, and I would tend to agree with that assessment as more miners are pushed off. And Murderous Prowess is active, giving all the Dark Elves a little bit more melee stats and leadership and stuff, which will help these Shades beat the Longbeards, etc. Get pew-pewed upon, Dwarves. And you might be asking yourself, wait, why don't Cathay boxes die this easily? Well, Cathay's artillery is fucking insane compared to the Dwarves' artillery. Fire and rockets are a lot more devastating than a Grudge Thrower. So, yeah. That is looking like it's going to be about it. Thoric is now going to be the subject of a whole bunch of armor-piercing arrows coming his way. Not that he can really dodge any of them. And then aside from Thoric, wow, those Black Ark Corsairs just got melted by their own dudes. Classic Dark Elves. But aside from Thoric, we have like 2 Longbeards that have some health. Everything else is pretty much toast. Yeah, there's more Longbeards out here, but they're getting kited by Shades. Thoric is almost dead. Another Soul Stealer purely for damage onto him. Rip Dwarfs. She's trying to cast a breath attack, but she canceled it, and then now she cast it on someone just beneath her. Unfortunately, that breath attack doesn't do any damage, but army losses will. GG. Rip in peace, Durf. Shades did well. Dark Shards did great. And Bleak Swords all died. Thoric was around. He did his best. Cannons, Gyrocopters struggled. Longbeards did well when they got to actually fight something. Grudge Thrower actually almost paid for itself. Gorlers did okay. Miners Blast Church did well. GG. Alright, I have to save a thing. Face off. Question, why dual shades instead of great weapons? They're cheaper than great weapons, and they still have anti-infantry. So, could be good against slayers. Slayers chasing after them or something. I don't think they're worried about armor, because slayers are unarmored, but they're the only dwarf fast enough to even remotely try and catch you. But I don't know. Could be worth it. Great ones have bonus for infantry too. Yeah. All right. Then you're probably right. It's just money. Sagos has just said it'd be shit, and I'm being a twat about it. Love Sagos. We love Sagos in this house. Okay, so how are we doing on points here? Killer Lion has 2 Swiss points. Oh wait, I think I should update this. Okay, that is true. So Norse PA is at 3, then 2, and 1's across the board. So I think that means PA is guaranteed. Why isn't some of that looking right to me? Nemet should have 1. Does Nemet have 1? Yes. Oh, okay. The people who didn't check in at all are still here for some reason. Dr. Nerd checked in, but I don't see him on the bracket. Getting pissed off. So we have 8 people actually in here. It's these 8. So Destro's at 0-0. Some people could get 2s. And then they could tie PA, but I think PA is guaranteed to get top 4. I think. Freaka takes a dub. Wing Destro fighting Nemet. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just getting my Excel sheet out. Because I love my Excel sheet. PA. Killer. Yeah, but boy, you don't need this. There was no bug this time. There's nothing wrong. Too bad. You know what? It's just easier for me. In my little dumb brain, with my little dumb brain cells, do this. So then PA's at 3, 2, 1. 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. Now we'll see if that's true. So PA is 1, all 3. I see that. Killer Lion is 2, correct. Nimit, 1, correct. Coco, 1, correct. Fricka, 1, 2. Aha! See, it already lied to us once! Because of the little thingy, it hadn't updated. Oh! Alright, Bwags is 1. And then Dragons is 0 for now, but he might be Bwags. And Winged is 0 for now, but it might be Nimit. If you love Excel, you would love EVE Online. What is EVE Online? Why do I feel like this is a trap? What up, CJ? How you doing? CJ, I did my best to fight the battle for you against the... Sickos. We get along. I'll always defend your honor. When you'll be streaming the Faction Face-Off? When I have all the replays in. Maybe next week. Probably the week after. What's the heart thing in your chat? Dude, this thing exists. It's right in the way. EVE Online is a game about flying spaceships, no traps here. No, I'm not going to look it up. You can't make me. I refuse. All right. Nimit gets another dub. Wags and Dragonborn are still fighting. Then we'll start the final round of Swiss. I think. What does it do? It just makes a little symbol thing. Alright, I'm going to look it up, but I'm going to look it up on the other screen. So I don't get demonetized for anything. EVE Online. It's a space MMORPG. Most expensive battles in gaming history. My God. Okay, yeah, it doesn't seem problematic. We're fine. Life is Roblox. Dude, I don't know, man. There's some stuff out there. My brother was once playing this like warship game where you create a fleet of warships and use them to fight the enemy and get like stats and stuff. And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. And then he showed me it, and it was like the warships, quote unquote, are just a bunch of scantily clad anime girls that tell you they're warships, but they're just anime girls. And I was like, but see, that's not really boats though, is it? Because I was kind of looking for something in the realm of Battle Stations Midway or Battle Stations Pacific, which is a great fucking game. The Battle Stations Midway and Pacific games are so good. Take World of Warships and then make it not suck, and you have Battle Stations Midway and Pacific. I was conned. Those were great games, though. Back in the day. Is that Azure Lane or some? Azure Lane are the best boats. I'm looking on the other screen. It was Azure Lane. That is it. Yeah, that's it. The fact that all of you knew what that was immediately makes me concerned. But no, Battle Station Midway was fun because the multiplayer is like, there are like 4 or 5 roles you can sign up for on each team, and the role has like different stuff. One role, let's say, is called Recon, and it would have 2 destroyers and a submarine, and another one is, you know, aircraft, and you get 2 aircraft carriers or something. And you couldn't have multiple people at the same role. It's like when you join a lobby, you see what roles are still open, you get one. And whatever role had the submarine, you were just praying that that guy was a team player, because so many people would take the submarine and fuck off and just stay at like the lowest depth you can, sit in the corner of the map and not die, and then they would play with their destroyers, but the submarine would be in the corner of the map. And then when they lose both their destroyers, then they would play single player version of the submarine, just not commanding any other units and just microing the submarine around. And then when your team lost the game, their submarine was still alive and all of their ships were sunk, and they'd be like in Xbox 360 voice chat like, "Oh, you were fucking losers! Can't believe you lost! I'm still here!" Yeah, of course you're still here. You're under the fucking water, you piece of shit. Alright, Bwags and Dragonborn are having some technical difficulties that we're trying to figure out right now. Apparently they keep getting dropped out of the game. Uh-oh. Winged Destro is getting sad. Alright, so Bwags and Koala Duck / Dragonborn / Single Entity King keep getting dropped in mid-game, and the game says they're both at fault. Or it's like, it tells Koala that Bwags did it, and it tells Bwags Koala did it. Could advance round. So let's see here. Where's my Excel sheet? What are we looking at for scores? Bwags is at 1. And Dragons is at 0. So Dragons needs 2 wins to get even having a chance at the finals. Which, did I update this? I gave Nimit their point. I gave Pay their point. I gave Freaka theirs. Yeah, I updated it. If we advance the round and they both lose again, then I don't think there's any shot in them getting into the finals. But that seems suspect. Bwags was restarting PC. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I advance the round. Since I'm tracking the scores manually anyway, I don't give a shit. rounds, so others can keep going while we figure this out. All right. So yeah, I'm tracking points on Excel anyway. All right, just so that other people can keep going, we got to find ourselves a game. I don't know. Let's do Nimit and Killer Lion. We just saw Nurgle's PA. Killer Lion and Nimit. Can we spec? Uh-oh. Wing Destro is mad. Wing Destro is upset. Wing Destro. Wing Destro brought it into the fucking Discord. Oh, that's so funny. He was like, I don't know what it is. I didn't do this. Azure Lane stream when? When I feel like actually becoming a big YouTuber. Alright, Killer Lion has invited us. Let's get in there. It's called Boop. And I find that funny. You waste your life with Dark Knights? I waste my life with Dark Souls. Whenever I have time to play, I'm usually playing Dark Souls. Not responding. He was gonna restart PC. I think you should do final round first, then go back and fight Bwags if the score will matter. What was that Tank Girl game from before? Panzer Models? That was pretty funny. Those were funny streams. Some people did not like them. But it was very funny. Girls in Panzer? That's a show. That's a different show. That is a show. I know that show. My brother loved that show. Tank drifting? Yeah. Dude, dating Colonel Sanders also banged. That shit was awesome. That's funny. Yeah, some people didn't like those streams where I played cringe dating sims. But like the point was playing cringe dating sim and suffering. It was not like, I love to just do this. Is the Girls of Panzer game too? Oh boy. I can't imagine that's very good. Your brother might be a weeb? Probably. Probably. Those streams are fun. I enjoyed them a lot. Dude! Okay, was anybody there for the I Love You Colonel Sanders stream where it's a dating sim about Colonel Sanders and there was like this book I wasn't supposed to open and I'm like, I'm gonna open it, and whoever it was like, don't do that, and I'm like, I'm gonna open it, and they're like, don't do that. I'm like, I'm gonna open it, and I kept clicking it and they gave me like 8 chances to say no, and I'm like, whatever this is, I have to see it now, and it killed me and restarted the game, restarted the whole game. So we had to speed run through the dating sim to get back to that point, just so I could go, okay, I don't read the book or whatever it was that killed me. But we were like an hour and a half in, and then it's like, you died. We told you not to open it. Oops. That shit was good. Have you streamed Had a Full Boyfriend yet? No. Oh. This is a puppy getting some love now. This is a puppy, we love her a lot. This is a puppy, we love her, and she's so nice, and she's a pup. This is a pup. This is a pup. This is a pup. What do you want? What do you want from Dad? What do you want from Dad? You know he's streaming. You know you're supposed to sit quietly for several hours, all alone, all by yourself. You're not supposed to bother Dad ever, ever. Do not bother Dad. Do not bother Dad. Do not bother Dad. Do not bother Dad. Have you watched Centaur World? I have not. Lich, I'll check it out in a second. I remember Clank the robot. Clank was good. He was a good robot, wasn't he, Hazel? Wasn't he? This is our puppy. Her name is Hazel. She is so nice. She is so sweet. She is a cutie patootie with feet. Dude, this pup is so trusting that I'm going to be able to hold her up. She's like curled into a C shape on my lap. You're going to fall, bud. You also kind of stink. Kind of a stinker. Looks like we have High Elves, Ogre Kingdoms. Pretty classic matchup. Archers and Bolt Throwers and Plague of Rust and Spears. But not very good cavalry for fighting ogres. Not very good cavalry. Versus Nobbler Trappers, Lead Belchers, Iron Blasters. And Ogre Bulls can still do okay, but fighting those spears can be a little tough for all those ogres. And your big cav isn't that good here, because it's just going to get netted or Plague of Rusted and shot or Plague of Rusted and stabbed. So it can be tough for the ogres. It is one of their tougher matchups in my opinion. It's not unwinnable, but it is tough. Who's this? Who's this puppy? Man, Hazel is digging it right now. She is vibing. All right, bud, you're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. So you gotta pick yourself up a little bit. Okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Oh. All right. That's a good lady. You landed on your tootsies. Can I help you? You were given lunch. You were taken outside. Can I help you, Miss Dog? Why are you being a turd? The setup is taking forever? A little bit. Can't wait to see your junior riding Ross. Who is this? That's a big yawn for such a little lady. That's a big yawn for such a little lady. Alright, she left. I'm back. The I Love You Colonel Sanders stream is still up on YouTube, by the way. Okay, I'm speedrunning at this point, so this must have been... There it is! Hold on. While these guys figure that out. You try to shut out the noise of the arena and you focus on your cooking. What is the sound of success? Bubbling. What do you mean that's wrong? Fuck you, dude. Don't make me get the spray bottle. No, wait. The end? Yup, game over. Damn it! I died again! God damn it! And only you can save me. All you have to do is repeat my name 3 times. Damn it! I can't find the thing. Compliment the... Because I thought... I saw the game over screen and I thought I found it. And also I was speed running at that point already. Where, like, I wasn't reading any of the things, which means I'd been here before. Damn it. Alright, I couldn't find it. That was a good stream, though. That was a good stream. Overall. I forgot I game overed twice. Are you going to be doing anything with Total War Pharaoh? I doubt it. We're allowed to talk about... Yeah, one of the embargoes passed. So I tried early access of Pharaoh. It was fine. It wasn't really for me. I can't review it, so I can't really give you more than that. But I probably won't be covering any of it. There's too much controversy around Pharaoh, so I don't want to attract the ire of people who are just going to downvote my content or unsubscribe because they see I'm doing anything with Pharaoh instead of actually watching it. Even though I would hope people would know by now that I don't do bullshit opinions. Like, if I'm covering Pharaoh, the video's probably either going to say something like, I didn't like Pharaoh, and here's why, or I did like it, and you should try it for these reasons, and that's actually my opinion. But there are people where if I just do anything with Pharaoh at all, they will unsubscribe or downvote, and that's just bad for my YouTube algorithm. And also, even without the drama around it, with all the pricing and shit like that, it's just not a time period that super excites me. It's like, oh boy, spears, chariots, and archers. Those are all the units that's available. Yeah, turn on any creator embraces it. Yeah. I did play it in early access. I have some thoughts that I am not allowed to share. What I will say is it's not a black and white game. It's not a black and white game. It's the most I can really say about it. It's not like... It's not the best game that's ever existed. It's not trash. That's honestly probably too much, so everyone hush hush, but I doubt CA will get mad at me for saying their game is not trash. But that's dangerously close to a review, so maybe I better stop. I don't know. Embargoes are fucking weird. Because, like, if I was making content about it, the way embargoes are set up, it's like, you can't offer an opinion, so, like, you can only talk about what is happening in front of the game, and then, like, if you talk about how a unit's performing, like, in this game, for example, I'd say, I don't think Rangers are good here, because they're not very good against Ogres. Ogres have a lot of large units, and I don't think Rangers are going to do very much versus them. It's like, that extrapolation is an opinion. Are you going to get in trouble or no? And I just... embargoes are a little bit annoying, but yeah. Anyway, we have a game. You want to talk about it? No? Okay. You didn't want to talk about it, so I left. Whoop. So for the High Elves, we have 2 Illyrian Raver Archers. We have Imric on horseback. Horse Imric for Nimit. Mage of Life with Awakening of the Wood, interestingly enough, and then Regrowth. We have 1 Phoenix Guard, the Fireborn Dragon Princes, then Lothern Sea Guard, the Scions of Mathlon, the Storm Riders, and 2 Rangers. Oh, and the Towns of Torquelada. An interesting build, though I think the Rangers are not going to do very well. I guess they're there for clearing out Noblars, but they're going to just die on the charge to Ogres. Like, they might do well against Noblars for the 5 seconds they get to fight a Noblar before Ogres come screaming in and ruin their whole day. Aside from that, the build's pretty fine. I actually don't hate Horse Rick, because Dragon Breaths aren't very good against Ogres specifically, and they're easy to surround, so at least putting him on a horse keeps him mobile, and he still has the anti-large armor piercing you want, and he has the army-wide buffs and enemy debuffs you want, but he's not as susceptible to getting surrounded by Ogres, so, like, it's kind of there. Though I think at that point, if you just, if you don't put him on his dragon, you might as well go Foot Rick, because Ogres cannot deal with foot characters at all. Anyway, for the Ogre builds of Killer Lion, we have double Crushers, one of which is the Sky Striders. Once again, the Sky Striders did get a pretty significant cost increase. Front line of Noblars, 4 of them are Trappers, 4 are regular. Trappers got a cost increase as well. We have 3 Ogre Bulls, 1 Iron Blaster, and a Slaughtermaster of Beasts with Panon's Impenetrable Pelt and the Curse of Onrir. Interesting. See, Ogres are seemingly content for now to counterfire the enemy skirmish with their Noblar Trappers and shoot at any elite infantry with their Iron Blaster, which has already gotten 52 kills. And against High Elves, 52 kills is quite a lot. It's not like they have chaff that you can really just kill and get no value. Even their Spearmen are 500 gold. Jeremy, it's for the Europeans, Jeremy. How dare you? Iron Blast is moving up. Sky Striders got a little bit more damage onto these skirmishers who are both routing. And a Lothern Sea Guard is also very close to routing if these Crushers even just turn back and fight them while they're unbraced. The charge damage alone could rout them. But the Crushers charge into themselves and then get the charge off doing a ton of damage. But for a second there, it looked like they were just going to falter of their own volition. This is a problem. The Sky Striders are surrounding the Lifecaster, but they're doing very little damage to her, and they're getting shot during this whole time, and they get charged by the Fireborn, and they were sitting on spears, so they are taking a lot of damage of for free. Signs of Mathlon are here fighting some Noblars, but the Iron Blaster still safe, still sound, and firing at Fireborn, which it says it's obstructed, and I say, bullshit you are. They're on a hill, and there's nothing between you. Fucking shoot, you idiot. Oh, line of sight, why are you like this? Imric is currently slapping some Ogre Bulls, while also supported by his Towns of Torquelada and Illyrian River Archers. The Ogre front line is faltering. These Noblars are getting crushed for now, and the Sky Striders got massacred by the Dragon Princes. The Ogres don't have healing. They brought Beastcaster with Panzer Puncher Belt and Curse of Honor here. And he's now going to fight Imric, and Imric will whoop his ass. So the Ogres are actually in some real trouble right now. In the backfield, though, Noblars are keeping the Storm Riders busy while Noblar Trappers fire in and deal a ton of damage. The High Elf frontline has taken a bunch of damage, so something's going well for them there. And the Scions of Mathlon are now rear-charged by these Crushers who are just rolling through them. But the Slaughtermaster of Beasts has 0 melee attack and 24 melee defense due to Lord of Dragons being on him. Iron Blaster's still trying to fire at stuff, but he keeps getting obstructed by random-ass things. Storm Riders are routing at last. Fireborn stuck fighting Ogre Bulls and Noblars, not having a good time over there. So the Ogres are doing okay in certain aspects, but they really need to back off with the Slaughtermaster. He is in too deep. He dug too grittily and too deep as the Iron Blaster also starts firing in onto the Fireborn. That's who he's focusing on. Their flag is way over there, but the Fireborn are actually over here. And they already have their heal cap in sights. They've received some form of healing while being shot. The High Elves, despite looking pretty good for them, they're down on damage value. And I think it's mostly these Crushers that are doing well, because the Sky Striders, the Slaughtermaster have taken a lot of damage, but these other Crushers are fine. The Iron Blaster is fine. The Noblars are chilling for now. And the High Elves are quickly running out of gas. Everything that's not their front line is routing. The Fireborn, almost routing, almost dead. Loth and Seaguard are about to rout due to the Crushers, and Imric is running back here to try and do something about it, while the Iron Blaster continues to fire in. Still have Phoenix Guard. Phoenix Guard are a worrying thing for the Ogres. Now, they could kite it with their Iron Blaster, but it's currently not at an angle to really shoot at that sort of thing without killing its own guys. The Scions of Mathlon taking a lot of damage from those Noblar's tricksy traps. Butcher is healing up the Sky Striders. Big, big stuff for the Ogres. That is going to be a ton of healing their way. And all of a sudden, they're up on the balance of power. Iron Blaster teeing off onto the Fireborn, who get another regrowth just as they're going to rout. Which, unless they shatter, they should be fine. Yeah, they're fine. Overcast regrowth will heal them up. And the Iron Blaster is going to fire again unless they get to safety in a hurry. Talons of Torquemada trying to kill the Slaughtermaster of Beasts, since the only healing the Ogres have, that Butcher, is currently on cooldown, so any poke can get onto him is nice. Honestly, Imric might want to just force path his way over here and kick that guy's bitch ass. Awakening of the Wood, trying to scatter some Noblars, give Imric space. He was trying to get over here, it looked like, but there was a single Ogre Bull that was in his way. Now he is free, and the Sky Striders charge into him as a Dragon Horn is popped for the rest of these guys. Fireborn get caught napping. They get charged by the Ogre Bulls, which is going to be devastating for them. Balance of power continues to get worse for our friends the High Elves. Lord of Dragons brings Sky Striders down to a pretty measly melee attack and melee defense, but doesn't seem to matter too much. As the Phoenix Guard and Scions of Mathlon continue to try and push through these Noblar Trappers. Iron Blaster's running out of ammunition. And he's gotten okay value. Not amazing, but okay. He's been around. Sky Striders, plus these other Ogre Bulls, are going to surround Imric and his Mage, and the Mage is on horseback, making her a lot easier to kill than he being on foot. The foot High Elf Mage is notoriously hard to kill, but on her horse it can happen. This could be a good last stand of the High Elves, though, with Phoenix Guard right here supporting Imric. They'll do decent damage, but a Curse of Honor here is going to lower their stats down to pretty bad numbers, and their Life Caster's running away. That'd be GG Killer Lion. Imric did okay. Fireborn did okay. Phoenix Guard did fine. Rangers really struggled to find a home. Lion River Archers struggled a bit. And Lothern Sea Guard, pretty mixed. Slaughtermaster did fine. Crushers both did great. Iron Blaster did fine. Ogre Bulls, mixed, though that one specifically did great. Noblar Trappers still did fantastically without the bonus versus infantry. 900 value on 3 different Noblar Trappers. Oh my word. Well, that can't be allowed at all. Alright, we're back to this screen. I don't know why Winged Destro versus Dragonborn is dark green. I have no idea. Bwags did win back there, so we'll give him his point. And then Nurgle's PA defeated Frika. So Nurgle's PA is at 4. He's in, he's fine. Frika's at 2. And we just saw Killer Lion beat Nem. So Killer's at 3. And Nem is at 2. Kurt. Oh, okay, he forfeited. Gotcha. So Dragonborn forfeited. Wing Destro and him are both the bottom, was what he was talking about, so he can't win anyway. Well, I guess since he technically forfeited, I'll give a Wing the point, because that's just how things work. And then we saw that one happen with Killer Lion and Nimit. So now it's Coco and Bwags. What does that do for the greater good? So Bwags has 2, Coco has 1. If Bwags wins, he's up there. Alright. Anyway, what are we doing here? Killer Lion and PA are in. Wags, if he wins, that's 3. If Coco Dependent wins, that's 2. And then we have a whole bunch of fucking 2s for a tie. Alright, no offense to Coco. For tournament administration purposes, I hope Wags wins. And then we have a 3-way tie. Killer Lion has to drop. So Killer Lion has to drop. We can take him out. Boop. These 2 are out. So we take them out. And then I have 5 people left. So yeah, if Wags wins at this point, then our top 4 will just be these guys. If Coco wins, then I have a trouble on my hands. It is time for the legendary. Oops, dick. What did I do? I accidentally dropped somebody, but it's okay. I've been recording the scores manually, so I don't give a fuck. My bad, whoever that was. It's time for legendary paint. Brush. We'll do red. And then I'll pull up my Excel sheet on the other screen. So we're waiting on Bwags and Coco, right? So we have, where's my thing? Uh-oh. There it is. So we have PA. Perfect. And who? We'll do Nem. Nem. Alright. And the winner of that will go to finals. Because they're both ready to go. And then... we know Frika is in. Because... if Bwags wins, then Frika is fourth. Well, third and fourth tied. Because if you see the Excel here, if Bwags wins, Bwags would theoretically go to 3. And then Frika is still in the top 4. Whereas if Bwags loses, then we have a four-way tie. In which case, Frika has to fight somebody for his position. So that is what we'll do. So then, with that case, we know Nem and Nurgle's PA are ready. So we can find that out. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, let's say Bwags loses. It'd be like Frika and Coco to fight, to see who would fight against, like, Bwags. Right. And then the winner of this game would go up here. We're doing our best, okay? You know what? I'm going to start shouting. I'm going to start shouting. And it's your fault. So who's on top for you and PA? PA is. PA again? Yeah. Nurgle's PA has fought most of the people that are going to make it into these finals. Do we get another hand drawed Skaven? Maybe. We want the FFA. There's just not enough people for an FFA. Alright, Bwags won it, so then that's the simple version of this. Okay, so Bwags has 3 points. So he'll go fight Frika. Good enough. I can now close this. So now it's Bwags. There we go. Bwags and Frika. Can you set up your lobby and do picks and bands and armies? We will be with you shortly. Don't start without stream. Alright, PA. So that's where we're at. You're doing a beautiful job, Baby Runt. I really think I'm crushing it. I'm rooting for Ivern to win it all. Who the hell is Ivern? Besides the League of Legends character. Buedivus versus Iwin in finals. Is it Frika? Oh, I see. It's Nem is the Ivan. I see what you guys are doing. You degenerates. Codependent is a great player. Yeah, they seemed cool. They seemed nice. 10 out of 10 would invite back. Except I'm not gonna. Hashtag banned 'em. I asked Nurgle's PA what the lobby is. They've also now messaged Nem for what lobby it is. Not created. All right, looks like we're joining Freaka first. PA might be gone. Don't know. Alright. If he comes back, tell him y'all need a lobby, picks and bans and such. He will be with you shortly. East Coast US people trying to feel cool, like there's, and they like repurpose things. Hey, mason jars are solid because I can get huge ones. That's all I really want out of life is huge mason jars to drink out of. Because regular ass cups, man, don't do it for me. They're too small. I take 2 sips and it's gone. So, as our wonderful... Oh, that's right. That's right. We can now get fancy as hell. Hang on. Why is it being dumb? There it is. We can now get fancy as hell. Our new blocker is the bracket itself in all of its glory. So yeah, we're down here with Wags and Freaka. Best of 1 semifinal, best of 1 semifinal on top, best of 3 finals to end out the stream. The only race that matters, Jeremy? Oh, that was from back... Yeah, that was back when the DLC mattered. You're right, though. I should probably take it out. You win. I drink wine 1 syringe at a time? Damn. And that bracket was generated by ESPN. Thank you very much. Why is the U upside down? Which U? There isn't one. Yeah, there isn't one. Yeah, I think you're wrong here. Looks like we might have the Empire versus Kislev. Which everybody loves the Empire. Everybody. I actually do like the Empire. I know, strangely, chat hates the Empire, but that's okay. It's fine. You're allowed to be wrong. Empire Kislev is not a matchup you actually see very often at all. Oh, it's re? It's not a U? Yeah, true, it's not a U. Okay. Alright, fine. It's time for the annual Skaven drawing. Let's go. Okay, alright, good start, good start. Not great. That right there is a good ear. Oh, glorious. A little bit of a... Oh no. It's going off the rails. Alright. Alright, that was good. That was good. Fucking crushed it. Here we go. Here we go. Stick the landing. Ah, not super great. But I've seen worse. Oops. I was trying to click back onto this to get the thing's attention, and then I fucked it all up. Alright, alright, alright. Where's my stupid little cursor? So then we have... No, I need black for the rest of that, so this is fine. This is fine. And then we just cut the head off there. Okay. Cool. And then we get some red for the armor. Let's go dark red. Dark red for the armor. And then there's... Oh, no. That's not... That was not kosher. It's still really bad, but you know what? We're dealing with it. Oh, look at that shoulder plate. And then his arm down there, and I'm realizing we're running out of space. So we're just gonna cut it. And then let's give him a big old bicep, because he's a big, smart guy. And then, boom. On the other side, we have to have an equally fancy pauldron. Chunk. Oh, fuck. That was big. You know what? No, it's rallying. It's rallying. Okay. And then we gotta give him his huge fucking bicep. Except that's on his forearm, so that's actually... That's a problem. Alright. That tracks, that tracks. So let's draw a line there so that I can do the thing. Fill with red. Boop. And then fill his face. Boop. Oh, that's an incomplete line up there. Damn it. Alright, whatever. I'll just color it myself. Good enough. And let's get the black. Give him his little eye. Oh yeah, that's a snake eye, which is a perfect eye for a Skaven. He's got a big old dog nose, a little line because he's not happy with life. Let's give him a yellow tooth. That's perfect. You know what? While we have the yellow, let's give him a fucking piercing. That's glorious. That is way too big, but I refuse to change it. And then he needs hands, which we're so good at hands, everybody. Holy shit. Oh my god, it's the best hand that's ever been drawn! Oh, it's so good! Oh, that's the best hand that's ever been drawn, ever. Okay, this one's a little more suspect. Oh god. Oh no. It's alright, we can't undo it. Can't undo it. Just split it into multiple fingers. It's multiple fingers now. Yes. Okay, yes, we salvaged it. Those hands are actually pretty good. Those are pretty good hands. 9 out of 10. Please be closed. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Please be closed. Yeah. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Boom! We got a little Skaven. He's got some hands. That's crushing it. And then we need to draw a little symbol for him to have a clan. So let's go with pi. Let's go with pi over r squared. Pi over r squared. That's the clan now. Is it because I was trying to draw the symbol of corn and ended up with pi? No. No, that's not what happened. And then we went pi over r squared? No. That's not what happened. You can't prove it. Can this one be a wizard? Alright. Let's go. Oh shit, did I... Why is the blocker gone? When I minimized it, it went down with that too? That's dumb. Alright, well, I apologize to Bwags. I'm gonna go over to the map setup, so just in case. Can't happen again. Sorry, just checking something. Alright, sorry. Bwags had to leave the lobby and come back because there was a bug. So, sorry. Sorry for the delay, everyone. I was just reading some messages about this. There was a bug with Bwag's army where it was blocking him from picking certain units because it thought he already had a bunch of them, and I can guarantee you he did not. All right, somebody wanted him to be a magician, and I was going to work on that, but then things came up. So let's put a little staff in his claw. Here, there we go. And he's holding on to this staff. Oh, there it is. Staff. Ah, no! All right, it's not. We haven't acknowledged that apparently this staff is not. It's not connected. So now I have to color it in. Oh, it's only getting better. It's only getting better. All right, and then at the top, we will have horns, and then a little goat head, a little goat skull. Nope, that part actually made it way worse. Nope, that part made it way worse. I'm so nope, that part made it way worse. Hold on, we got a little goat head there. He does magic, and we're gonna have little pew pew lines of magical power. All right, there we go. Goat lines of magical power. Okay, Yeah, so there's an issue with, for some reason, the game was telling Bwags that he had 3 Ice Guard with Glaives already, even though he had none in his build, and he was just having issues with that. So, weird bug, we got over it. Kislev's army is small, so it's already set up enough that we can start talking about it. 4 armored Kossars, 5 armored Kossars, 2 Ice Guard with Glaives, a single Streltsy, 2 Warbear Riders, and Boris Ursus. No caster. No caster whatsoever. And Boags was in the chat saying casters are overrated. Why does his staff stink? Because you stink. I'm lying. I'm lying. No one stinks. Alright. On the other side, for the Empire, we have Empire Knights, the Black Lions, War Wagon Regiment of Renown with their little Hell Blasters. Bunch of swordsmen, more great swords, a couple crossbowmen, more Empire Knights rolling off into the distance. So 4 total Empire Knights. Then we have 2 Pistoliers, some Halberds, Balthazar Gelt up in the sky with Final Transmutation, and his Staff of Volens. Pretty simple build. I like it. I like it. Supreme Empire build? Is that a joke? Because of Balthazar Gelt? I am supreme! I fucking love his voice lines, man. Balthazar Gelt was one of the most fun Empire campaigns I ever had. I like Karl Franz's starting spot better. And his voice lines are also pretty good, don't get me wrong. But Gelt, like, something about playing as Gelt is just fucking great. I kind of want him to say I am Prince and Emperor, but in Gelt voice. Alright. I faded out for a second there. I'm back. What are we doing? Oh yeah, Warbears. The Black Lions are going to have a great time. You thought of a stream idea? Hit me. What is it? What do you got? What do you want? I do think that a lot of Final Transmutations will be focused on our friend Boris. And the Black Lions are probably going to shoot at Armored Kossars and Ice Guard. But they'll have to be careful. They don't have that much range that they can stay outside of the Ice Guard's range. It's 250 to 160, so it's not like we can just sit there. You feel like I may have done it. I've done a lot of things over the years. A lot of things. A lot. Took edibles on stream. That was fun. Did it for charity, too. Charity gave me $10 million to do edibles on stream. I have not done that, Runless. Alright. Black Lions teeing off onto the Ice Guard, got them down to half HP, while the Kislevites still try and just get in range. Meanwhile, Empire Knights sprint right past Warbear Riders, and it looks like skirmish mode has saved these Pistoliers, but those Empire Knights are doomed. Doomed, my friend. Stream idea, lizards. Alright. Anyway. Ice Guard still trying to get in range of some stuff. Looks like they're wandering a bit too far ahead, so they'll have to back off. Armored Kossars are in range to just start shooting random-ass swordsmen with pistols. And those guys are enjoying that about as much as we thought. But the Ice Guard are going to get caught up, and this is a big clump right here that Crossmen are going to have a great time shooting. And Gelt might even Final Trans them, even though there's no single entities there. It's just like the sheer amount of clumped-up units could be worth Final Trans. We will see. Armored Kossars getting into fights with state troops. They will win those fights. But the Ice Guard have been harassed their entire existence. They're not having a good go of it. Meanwhile, Streltsy are attacked by Empire Knights on the high ground. Just keeping them occupied, not allowing them to shoot very much. and the Ice Guard are going to fire into crossbowmen. What is this? It's the first of many final transmutations. It is overcast onto the Bear Riders and Boris. The second Bear Rider is not in the final transmutation, so that's good for Kislev. And the Bears are slaughtering through some Empire Knights. There are also Halberds sprinkled in here to make things a little bit tougher on our Imperial friends. Ice Guard are just being used as ranged units, and that's going not super great for them. It's a reason you don't see them very often, but Bwags cares not. Bwags is here for one thing. Power. Boris is rampaging himself. Now it wears off as he's still stuck in halberds. Bear Riders are falling back, one of them under half HP. The other one's still full HP. I think he's chasing off Pistoliers at the moment, which is fine for him. And Gelt even dives into the Ice Guard with swords, with glaives. That's how little he gives a shit about what's going on back here. And Empire Knights still keeping Streltsy locked down. These greatswords are massacring these armored Kossars, though. Rest in peace, armored Kossars. Elsewhere, the state troops are losing to the armored Kossars, which is much more normal. And I guess I would hope greatswords could be basic armored Kossars. That's fine. That's fine. Empire's quite up on the balance of power, and I tend to agree. Boris has taken a lot of damage. Empire Knights nearby also still dying, but that's a lot of halberds. And if he doesn't have a Frostblade up, which he doesn't, he has one more use of it, but it's not up right now. He can't clear out those halberdiers to save his life. Both Ice Guard are falling away. Streltsy actually fight back against the Empire Knights and do manage to push them back. First good thing to go for Kislev this game, I guess, besides the Warbears killing a bunch of stuff. And Gelt's coming back over for another final transmutation onto Boris, and if it is overcast, it might actually just kill him outright. Maybe. As armored Kossars continue to fire into the forest, dealing damage to those halberds. Which will come up first, Boris's Frostblade or Gelt's second final transmutation? I don't know. Black Lions are over here with a ton of ammunition, now firing sideways onto the armored Kossars, popping their Dire Blood passive. There is the final transmutation. It is overcasted. It is attached to Boris, so he's going to try and separate himself from his Warbears, it looks like. But even then, I mean, the final trans itself might just kill him outright. Dire Blood passives popping across the board, which means army losses has hit for poor Kislev. And that will be it. Frika will advance to the finals on the back of the Empire's state troops. But the Warbears will make it. They'll make it out to live to see another day. Boris Ursus alive with 19 health, which means he also technically lives to fight another day. Fucking classic. See you in finals, Frika. And Bwags, I salute you. See you next time. Oh, it just left the screen, but okay. Okay, I have a code. It is from Mr. Nergo. Pull up the MS Paint so you can't see an army. I have no idea how long these two have been in a lobby, or if they have picks and bans done or anything. I know Nurgle's PA had to go grab something to eat, so they might not have done anything. They might be ready to go. I don't fucking know. Alright, let's take the green. Free. Ga. Perfect. I will cross out Bwags with the blue of his own Kislev. Alright, seeing as how his opponent's not here yet, I'm guessing they don't have picks and bans and shit done. Taking a guess there. Apparently the DLC is needed? No. No. What? Come on. Wonder if this is theoretically possible for Kislev to lose, but then win because Fireblood lets them fight those extra seconds to secure a win. Wolfblade, maybe. Ugh. I have seen army losses occur in many an Empire game back when Volkmar was meta. So you had Volkmar and some Flagellants. They're unbreakable. So army losses would rout off everything the Empire has left besides them, and then they go on to win it. Or Gotrek wins it. Gotrek and Grombrindle for like the Dwarves, or Grombrindle and some Slayers for the Dwarves. So stuff's happened like that. But as you're saying, with Kislev, it's harder because Fireblood is a limited time. I wonder if it could be if you make it to the late game with a unit of Zargard. Here's how it could happen: you make it to the late game with a unit of Zargard, and something like Balthazar Gelt charges into the Zargard and casts Searing Doom on himself. So that Balthazar Gelt's all that's left. He's a mage, he's a lord, both of which inflate bounds of power. And he casts Searing Doom, which does a bunch of damage to the Zargard right away and lowers their bounce of power. So then the bounce of power might tip into Armilos' territory. Then Dire Blood pops to keep the Zargard in the fight. And now, with Gelt just sitting in Zargard, beating his bitch ass, they might do like half of his HP by the time Dire Blood wears off. And then a half HP Gelt versus however many Zargard are left. Then that might not be Armilos' territory anymore. And by the time Dire Blood wears off, the leadership might be back to normal. I could see a situation like that, where it's like a bad at melee caster is the last thing left and triggers army losses. But then the mage just being in contact for those 30 seconds is enough to beat his ass enough that the game goes, oh wait, never mind. Vlad is also a beast at dealing with army losses. He is pretty... He's pretty good for army losses. He's expensive, tanky, lord and caster. All those things make him strong on the bounce power. All right, I'm going to take a pee. BRB. Hello? All right, excuse me. I'm back. Grabbed a handful of peanuts to get through this. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves appears to be the matchup. Dark Elves are ready. Wood Elves working on an army. A lot of messages. I'm back. I'm alive. What's happening? Who's around me right now? Who needs stuff? Wood Elves putting together a build. Dark Elves ready. We already discussed that. We're good. We're all caught up. So, it is this best of one. And then a quick best of 3 finals where Frika is waiting. I'll ask Frika if he's not in the chat right now to have a lobby ready. Well, actually, if Nurgle's PA wins, then it's easier for Frika to just come here. And not trying to be not trying to be a dick to Nemeth, just stating that Nurgle's PA did 4-0 the Swiss stage, and he was the #1 seed coming into this little bracket of ours. It is more likely than not that PA will win. Not saying it's impossible, just saying that, I mean, the score was 4-0 versus Nemeth, who got a 2-2. So, yeah, that tracks. But for this being Nemeth's first tournament, they're playing pretty well. They're playing pretty well. Bro, I know, but I just said you're playing well. So why don't you quit shouting? The pie symbol on the tabard really makes that kangaroo look like a massive nerd. Pi over r squared. Alright, the Wood Elf build is nearing completion. That's right, Wolfblade is a degenerate bone ripper now. Nurgle's PA, why are you still a Rat Ogre? He doesn't play a ton of new player tournaments. Yeah. Hey, Zero, how you doing, man? Both players are ready. Let's get into it. Well, if you don't know, whoever wins a new player tournament gets a different role in my Discord. There is a role for Rat Ogre that gives you access to these tournaments, and if you win, the role changes to Bone Ripper, which prevents you from signing up for future tournaments, so that one person can't say, I'm a new player, and then just stomp the tournament over and over and over again. That would be no fun. So if Nurgle's PA does indeed win today, then that will be the last new player tournament he ever plays in. It's not as much, I mean, it sounds like a punishment, but it's more of just like, I mean, if you won, then you're not really a new player, are you? Yeah. It's just a system I stole from my son, Herbert Walker. He was a Twitch streamer that used to do Warhammer multiplayer, and he hasn't streamed for like a couple years. So people used to like that format. I liked that format. He called it the Fresh Recruit League. And I really, really enjoyed it. So it was missing in the community. Thought I'd bring it back. I never pretend it's my idea. Alrighty, Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. For the Wood Elves, I thought I saw Hawk Riders, though maybe they got cut at the last second. Yeah, it looks like they got cut, which is good for Nem's chance of winning. Hawk Riders are bad. If they were here, I would have been excited to see them for the novelty of it, but I wouldn't have been very optimistic. We do have the Sisters of Twilight up on their Eagle. Looks like they are actually pretty stacked out. They have Eagle Quiver, then their Conjoined Destiny. Okay, those are just the two things. The rest is bound them out. Then we have Spellslinger of Shadows with Pendulum and Enfeebling Foe. 4 Glade Guards, some with Hagbane Tips, some with Starfire Shafts. We have a single Great Eagle as well. 1 Glade Rider with Spears, another Glade Rider with, looks like just ammunition in the distance. And then 3 Eternal Guard, one of which is the Winterheart Guard ROR, and 3 War Dancers. On the other side, for the Dark Elves, it is a pretty straightforward walk at you and outstat you attempt of a build. Supreme Sorceress of Dark with just her Soul Stealer. Then we have 2 Cold One Knights. No, 3 Cold One Knights, 3 Dark Riders, and then a whole bunch of Black Arc Corsairs and a whole bunch of Dread Spears. They're going to form a line, lock them shields, and walk at the Wood Elves. I mean, War Dancers are going to have a good time. War Dancers should do pretty well against this front line, 1v1. The problem is just how many Dark Elf infantry they have to get through. Yeah. And then the cavalry is going to be a problem for the Wood Elves. Where did all their money go? This is another one of those builds that I mentioned from time to time where it just feels like, oh, there's a second Glade Rider. Okay, but still. There are builds from time to time that I just feel like are missing 3,000 gold somewhere. And I know for a fact it wasn't because I was watching it get it constructed behind the scenes. But this is one of them where it's like, where? How do the Dark Elves have so much more shit than you? They have more and better flanking tools. They have a big, powerful single entity. Whoops. And then they have 10 infantry to your 5. The only thing the Wood Elves have going for them is these 4 archers. And technically they have 2 single entities to the 1 of the Dark Elves, but I would rather have a Dragon Soulstealer Lord than 2 Eagles, for sure. It's going to be brutal. I think based on the builds, I favor the Dark Elves here. Yeah. Because one of the problems the Wood Elves are going to face, and I know Ajam has been in the chat, so he can hear me now or hear me after the game. Either is fine. We're on a delay, so stuff I say comes out a little late. But in the future, if you run this back, not sure how comfortable you were with this matchup, I think your infantry composition is fine. That's fine. I'd probably cut 1 archer and then the skirmish Glade Riders and just get more cavalry to support your sides. Because I think what's going to happen in this game is Neurospia is going to use his advantageous cavalry position to overrun your flanks, and then your archers aren't going to be able to sit and shoot. So having 4 of them might be a bit much to defend. For now, going to get off good volleys onto the Dread Spears. Black Arc Corsairs taking a bit of damage too. And with the Pendulum and Great Eagle pressure, front line's not feeling too hot. Powerful single entity. Giggity. Thanks, Jeremy. Classic. War Dancers are going to get in there. And infantry are taking a pounding, though that is why Nurgle's PA brought 10 of them, so he could lose some without really worrying about it too much. And here comes the concerning bits. Dark Riders are in on the sides, and some Eternal Guards, their spears are being used to stop the infantry flanks. The cavalry flanks, like we have spears over here, but there's just too much ground to cover. Front line's falling apart for the Dark Elves. Wood Elves are up a decent amount on damage value, up 1,000. And now the Cold One Knights and Dark Riders kind of run into each other and slows down the Cold One Knight charge, but they did get here, and now one of the Glade Guard is already in combat. Over here, Glade Riders with Spears are holding back a whole bunch of cavalry that is all blobbing up, but if they can get past those Glade Riders, it's going to be bad news bears for the Wood Elves. War Dancers doing really great on the front line, slapping through some kids, cutting fools. And the Great Eagle is fighting Dread Spears right now, which it is losing that fight pretty badly. And a Breath Attack took out one of our Glade Guard, but there we go. Glade Riders finally broke, allowing these Cold One Knights to get back here, shut down some of the Hagbane tips, but the Winterheart Guard are also here, and the front line for the Dark Elves is already in mass disarray, which allows some of the Wood Elves to come from the front line, like the Winterheart Guard, come back here and poke at Cavalry. Wood Elves still up on the damage value, but now only by 200 rather than 1,000, so the Taruchi are catching up, and they're catching up fast. Bounce power is still a little bit favored for the Wood Elves, but I think that is strongly suspect. Nice Pendulum through 2 units of Cavalry, though unfortunately Pendulum just does not do a lot to that unit type, and a Soul Stealer will hit everything the Wood Elves have in this area. The Winterheart Guard are super happy to be fighting all Cavalry all day, all the time, but the Sisters friendly firing them a little bit is less welcome. Elsewhere, we have 1 Glade Guard still up and active. All 3 War Dancers are still fighting for now, though only one of them is healthy, and we still have another healthy Eternal Guard trying to keep the last archers safe. But with 2 Cavalry waiting right here to get around those Eternal Guard, I wonder how safe they'll really be. Here it is. Boom, big charge, and the last of the Wood Elf archers is shut down. Bounce power is back to the middle, and Dark Elves are up 1,000 damage value. Shadows Caster and Sisters doing good against that front line. Winterheart Guard and the Eternal Guard still fighting it out as best they can. I don't know where the Great Eagle is, but it looks like it died. It died or fucked off. And then for the Dark Elves, we still have a full health Soul Stealer caster. I have only seen her use 1 breath attack, so I imagine there's 2 more left in the tank. Probably going to go on this blob of spears over here. And then we have probably 4 more Soul Stealers. Probably. Which is going to be tough for the Sisters of Twilight to withstand. Even with their little healing thing, it's just not going to be enough. Now they're surrounded by anti-large Cold One Knights and a dragon diving on their head and a Soul Stealer trying to nerf them down. They're taking a lot of damage, and that's probably going to be the death knell for the Wood Elves as more Cavalry closes in and starts eating them alive. Balance power shifts heavily against the Wood Elves, and I do agree. I have found this to be a very tough matchup for the Wood Elves. A Dirthy Box Wags? That would actually be good versus this specific Dark Elf build that was like all melee. Because without any Dark Shards or Shades or Repeater Crossbow Cav, the Dirthy Box could be really punishing. Flock of Doom, Swords of Daith, Treekin. I can see it. We're on to finals. Nurgle's PA versus Freaka. Well fought by Nemeth and Bwags to get to semifinals. But it was not enough this time. And for Nemeth, I mean, it's the first tourney I've ever seen you play in, so semifinals is a pretty good start. I would not be too discouraged. Just glancing over the values, I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy surprising. Yeah, Black Corsairs did fine, Dreadspears did fine. GG. Let's update the shiny thing. Let's do Ash Plains, Prague, Galbaraz, Freaka, and Nurgle. Pick ban is same as rest of tourney. Flip for round 2, and then round 3 is blind picks sent to me. The other player needs to leave before you can join. Yeah, I know. I was just waking you up. Alright, so then we take Nurgle's PA and go pew whoop. PA. And then we'll cross Nem out with a light green to honor the Wood Elves that they died fighting on. Here it is, ladies and gentle rats. The final. The best of 3. Then the cavalry came in, A-Jam. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you muted the stream for your game, but I did mention that as soon as I saw the builds, I was very concerned that he had 6 cav versus your 2. Because you were relying on your archers for your DPS, and there was nothing to defend them, unfortunately. You didn't have enough infantry to set up a box. And while I dislike boxes, we're just talking about tactics, right? Just talking about tactics, not preference. You didn't have enough infantry for a box, and you didn't have superiority of the flanks, which are 2 problems that lead to your range getting shut down. It's just like those are the... There's 3 ways your range gets shut down. You can get outshot, which definitely wasn't going to happen. Your opponent at 0 range. Your front line can collapse, which it didn't. You supported it really well with magic and your single entities. This is just Twilight and the Great Eagle charging out there was pretty good. Your archers helped win the frontline fight, so you were really solid there. And then the third way is your flanks can get overrun, and that we saw it happen, but also it was very predictable that it would happen. I offered some insights on how to make that build a little bit better, but I struggle in that matchup right now as Dark Elves, as Wood Elves a lot myself. So it's not, I'm not really in a great place to give you advice where it's like, here's what I do that also doesn't work. But Bwags and Chet had a good response to that specific Dark Elf build. Now, if they took Dark Shards and shit, you might be in a little bit more trouble, but you could see if it's worth your time. Because you could also argue that Dark Elves aren't going to engage in a shooting war with the Wood Elves because they'll probably lose it, so why wouldn't they just melee rush you? Which, fair. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi. Your micro was pretty good, though. I didn't see you forgetting units very often. You know, you had good target priority and things like that. Like in the first game of the day, we had Winged Destro versus Coco Dependent. That game banged. That game was awesome. But both players, at different points in the game, forgot units for a bit and then remembered them later. You didn't have issues like that, so that's good. You know, it's not all negative. Ugh. But I also noticed that in your game against Bwags, where you're Cathay versus Wood Elves, you won it, but again, your flanks were a problem. The Great Stag Knights rolled through and shut down a Hellblaster, a Fire Rain Rocket, and then shut down some crossbows, and there wasn't a lot you could do about it, because your build was really narrow. You had a bunch of Jade Warriors, Jade Warrior Halberds, Celestial Dragon Guard, which happens. I would, if you wanted advice on that one, I would cut the Celestial Dragon Guard, because you're already winning the front line. Jade Warriors and Jade Warrior Halberds are going to win, unless your opponent brings War Dancers, which you had Fire Rain Rockets and Archers to deal with. So you don't really need that melee prowess in the front line. So cut the Celestial Dragon Guard, and then get 2 more Onyx Crowmen to countercharge his cav. That could be better. Or cut the Celestial Dragon Guard and get 3 Peasant Long Spears, and just have more spears between you and your Fire Rain Rockets and his cav. Would be my suggestions from the games I saw of you today. Better spear line and like less archers. Less archers if you can't guarantee their defense, and then just defend better the ones you have. Because the problem you ran into is like, you played really well with what you had. It was like, threat 1 comes in, you get spears in the way. Great, you did great. Threat 2 comes in, you get Glade Rider spears in the way. Great, you did great. Threat 3 comes in, you get your other Glade Rider spears in the way. Great, you did great. Threat 4 is coming. You had nothing left to get in their way. Threat 5's coming. You still have nothing left. Threat 6 is coming. You still have nothing left. The Winterheart Guard are kind of trying to rotate over there. Threat 7's coming in with the dragon coming in with a breath attack, and then she dives in. You have nothing. Like, it was like, yeah, you're microing really well, but you just... you don't have anybody... You don't have anybody to throw at the problem. So, yeah. It's too bad that map only had Vanguard in the corners. It's true. It's true, Boegs. All right. First pick and ban will take a little bit longer because they have to do their global bans, and then the rest of the series should be pretty short because the global bans carry over for all 3 games, so it's just like pick one, ban one, flip, pick one, ban one. And the final is just a blind pick. I have now acquired the Sleepy. I don't know if these guys were sitting on High Elves Empire, but if so... But the Empire... Frika, not the Empire player. Frika's making a build behind the blocker. So I think they figured out their picks and bans. Whenever the first player readies up, I'll ask them what the global bans were, just so I know. Not that it matters. But seeing as how we've seen very little Tzeentch today, I imagine Tzeentch is on there. What the... Who is texting me now? I will cuss. I will. I'll cuss. I'll do it. No, I'm just getting texts from... thank you, Nurgles PA. I'll address that when I finish this thought. I'm just getting texts from Expedia.com being like, your hotel reservation is this, and your flight is this for tomorrow. Tzeentch got global banned every time. That's probably for the best. Tzeentch, Grant, Cathay, Kislev, and Brett are the globals. Perfect. 3 out of those 4 were the exact ones I included global bans for. All the DLC factions are banned. Gotta love that TA bouncing. Yep. It's not great. So there's the negative take, and then there's the positive take. It's not different. It's just... The negative take is, yeah, all the DLC factions are fucking overpowered. Glorious. The positive take is I've actually been having a lot of fun with Warhammer 3 recently when I don't play around the OP factions. But, like, a lot of the unit design is pretty good. A lot of the spells are in an okay place. And this is something I've wanted to do a video about for a while, but there hasn't been a good place since we're just stalling here. The High Elves build is ready. It looks like the Empire's ready. So I'll get through it pretty quick. But I have a rare positive take on Warhammer 3. And that is, I don't think enough people are taking heart in the positives. Like, there's a lot to complain about. And just because there are things to be happy about doesn't mean there are things you can't complain about, right? And I think all the complaints are valid. I have my own. But can we just take a moment and appreciate that heavy infantry are good for the first time in Warhammer's history? Like, we see Chosen regularly. We see Temple Guard today in a new player tournament, but I've seen them other places do well. We see Black Guard in Agarond. We see Phoenix Guard. We see Great Swords spammed by the Empire, which is It's not the most elite thing in the game, but it's pretty elite. Storm Vermin got some buffs. We've been seeing them, and I think they're an okay unit. War Dancers are good. Blade Singers are good. Like, elite infantry is feeling better. That's nice. And it's not always just healing. Some people are like, well, healing's strong. It's like, yeah, tell Chosen of Corn that. I see tons of Chosen of Corn. They get no heal support. So that's cool. Big monsters are meta for the first time ever. And while it's annoying how toxic healing is and stuff, I still do like seeing Dragon Lords like Imric. And honestly, like, the Blood Dragon Lord and Malekith and the Supreme Sorceress of Dark are all played out, but like still dragons are kind of cool to see after them being trash for 2 games in a row. We see Croxagors. Monstrous Infantry is good. Like, Ogres are all Monstrous Infantry, but like Croxagors are good for the first time in a long fucking time. Chaos Spawn are still pretty solid. I think Cathay Fireborn are strong if they're not, you know, a little overpriced, but they exist. Like, yeah. We see a lot of... Ah! Jump scared by the dog. Sorry. We see a lot of elite cav. Like, Demigryphs have been taken somewhat often. Sorry, 1 second. Alright. Yeah, sorry. I was just messaging the green player about the edge of the map just to make sure he knows how close he is. But yeah, like, elite cav is also pretty darn good. We see the Fireborn a lot. We see Coldland Knights and Coldland Dread Knights a lot. We see Demigryph Knights a lot. We see Great Stag Knights a lot. And again, that might be because healing is overpowered, but it's like there are good things in the bad. You can complain about healing all day, and I do, but I also want to sometimes acknowledge nice things. We're seeing the fucking Black Lions again, which again is a new player tournament, but like, I have also seen the Black Lions in serious tryhard places. So there are positive things, is I guess what I'm trying to get to. And it does wear on me day after day after day of people being negative in the comments and stuff, and it's like, alright guys, we got it. Like, yeah, some stuff sucks, yeah, there's some things that are buggy and shit and stuff, but there's good too. Who wins, Temple Guard or Blade Singers? Blade Singers, easy! Actually easy. It's just because Temple Guard are built to do something different than Blade Singers. Blade Singers are meant to murder elite infantry, and Temple Guard are meant to murder large things. So when you put 2 infantry against each other, the one that's kitted against infantry is going to win. But yeah. I think if all the drama wasn't happening around the DLC pricing, and then Pharaoh, and then Hyenas, I feel like people would be a lot more positive on the game. Because if patch 4.1 comes out and they nerf healing a bit, let me see. If they nerf healing a bit in patch 4.1, I actually think we're going to see a pretty drastic meta shift that people will be very happy about, because it'll have wide-ranging consequences. Alright, I'm just talking to the Empire player about his positioning. He asked me if he's far enough up yet, and I said move up a smidge, because the white line's like right there. Alright, that is fine positioning. It's not about the hill, it's about the white line that's right behind the hill. Is it FA time yet? Never. Alright. So, I didn't cast the builds yet because we were busy figuring out how far away from the white line he had to be. We have Hammer the Witches and the Sunmaker and the Black Lions. This is a very pew-pew heavy Empire build. 4 Empire Knights, Balthazar Geld up in the sky with Final Transmutation and Staff of Valens, and then some infantry. Very little infantry, but some. Is the map symmetrical? There's a hill on the other side for the High Elves, they just didn't want to use it. For the High Elves, Spearmen and White Lions of Krace, Lothern Seaguard mixed throughout the front line, then a bunch of archers, looks like 5 archers and more Lothern Seaguard in the back line. We have triple Illyrian Reavers and an Archmage of Life, Honor Dragon with only Earthblood to spam that out. Cool. Hive's going to take a beating as they advance. And they do have worse cavalry than the Empire has 4 Empire Knights versus triple Illyrian Reaver. But the High Elves have better infantry, more infantry, a ton of archers, and they have a Dragon Lord. And like most Skaven games, this Empire game will start similarly. It's going to look so bad for the High Elves at the very start. You are going to wonder how they could possibly win, and then they'll get into melee, and that damage value will skyrocket back into even, and we'll see if the Empire got far enough ahead that they can, win it. Rocket Battery still firing into these archers, but now that the Hammer of the Witches is taking a bunch of damage, and the Sunmaker itself is under attack by these High Elves, Moon Mage is just going to land along with her Illyrian Reavers to damage these Empire Knights. I don't hate it. No reason to go into that back line and get caught in a bunch of halberds and stuff. The archers are doing good damage. They've almost shut down those artillery pieces, though the artillery pieces are firing back. And you can see, yeah, look at that gold damage value. I told you, it's almost back to even already as Gelton's Empire Knights try and fight after charging downhill. Downhill charge is good for them, but fighting on top of these spears with Illyrian Reavers countercharging is pretty brutal. Hellstorm Rocket Battery crew is pushed back away from their mounts just so they can stay alive. Same with the Hammer of the Witches. The Black Lions are still firing, getting good damage out. But the melee has ensued. Empire Knights in here with the White Lions of Krace and Illyrian Reavers. White Lions should do great damage here overall. The Illyrian Reavers are just kind of here for support a little bit. Big breath attack from the Life Mage over here onto Swordsman, doing good damage. And these 4 High Elf archers are all clumped together, just trying to get more shots out as the Black Lions continue to shoot downhill. Looks like they're firing at Lothern Seaguard at the moment. Getting decent damage out, but the Black Lions do a lot more damage to things with full health, and then they kind of taper off. They're not good at, finishing the job. Gelt is terror routed away from the Archmage of Life. As long as he doesn't naturally route, he'll be fine, but Frika will have to be on top of, as soon as he rallies, giving him orders, because otherwise, right now, that Life Mage is going to catch up to him, gets a big chomp, and naturally routes him, which might take him off the map because he's so fast. These 2 big, expensive artillery pieces that did a ton of work in the early game are just not able to go back to their mounts. It looks like Frika's going to have to risk it and just go for the mounts anyway, which I understand because, right now they're losing ground, so they have less and less chance of ever getting back on their mounts. Gelt is going to be chased off by the Life Dragon. Black Lion's trying to punish her for that, but they're not able to just yet. Nurkle's PA is down on damage value by 300, but he's up on balance of power, and I would tend to agree. As Gelt departs, a lot of the Empire State troops will lose their will to keep fighting. Cannon is back online for now. Archers have actually been driven back by the Empire State troops and cavalry, so that's not bad. I like his timing to get back on while he still can. This Sunmaker is completely overrun and has no hope whatsoever, and these Illyrian Reavers are going to sprint uphill into the Hammer of the Witches and shut them down. So that's all going fine, but the Black Lions are getting their vengeance on the Archmage, strangely firing behind her quite a lot, but they did do good damage on her way back, and now she's parked in front of them trying to do a breath attack. It is a good breath attack, but will they punish it? Start firing again, and then cancel it. Empire State troops still being annoying for the High Elves, but they've kited back enough. They're firing over and over and over again into these guys. It's looking like a High Elf dub for now. Illyrian Reaver is going to stop the Black Lions from firing anymore, force them to retreat. Hammer of the Witches is down for good. Most of the Empire balance of power is in some healthy halberdiers that are just going to get kited. War isn't fair. Yeah. It was a nice use by Frika to use the hill. But the White Line's right there, and also the archers just had to get in range, and then they didn't have to care that you were on a hill. Yeah, I'm looking for ways that the Empire could get back into this and win it, and I'm just not seeing it. The Black Lions can't kill everything if they wanted to, and the Archmage of Life can just throw Earthbloods on herself to withstand their damage. They've already used about 2/3 of their ammunition. Nurgle's PA has caught up in damage value now. It's just about dead even. Looks good. Sorry to not have been able to play today, Ashfallen. That's okay. That's okay, buddy. We do hope to see you in the future, but not overly concerned as of now. Archer still punishing the last Empire Knights that are fighting it out. Illyrian Reaver still trying to get the Black Knight, the Black Lions, but army losses will take it. And a closely contested game one. It was pretty close, because at the start it looked brutal for the High Elves, but couldn't hold on. The weirdest part for me was the Black Lions firing behind the High Elf mage when she was pretty close to them. It looked like they were doing absolutely no prediction at all of where she was going. It was just like, we are going to fire where she is, and that is it. Which is odd. Normally ranged units predict where you're going, which is why to dodge them you just have to give a bunch of different movement orders in different directions, because then the AI freaks out. Alright. GG's. Archers got good value for the High Elves. Lane Reavers did fine. Lifecaster did fine. Messed up with my Gelt. Yeah, he got caught a little bit. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. So to keep score, we are going to use our beautiful bracket to give Nurgle's PA a check mark. And that is how we signify his score. Can he get a second check mark? Will Frika do the double check mark Return of the King? Reading chat. Not this chat. Discord chats. Better chats. Why do I have 4 notifications on YouTube? Is that something I have to go deal with? Ugh. It's just people commenting on my videos. Liking my videos. Scam! Not gonna lie, that Skaven in the MS Paint is actually kind of sick. He's kind of sick with it. He looks clean. He looks crisp. Nurgle's PA flips to Dark Elves. Frika switches to his infamous Lizardmen. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. To not spoil anything for either player, for the blind pick phase, I think Dark Elves is probably Nurgle's PA's second best faction. Frika's Lizardmen is his best, from what I have watched. I know what Nurgle's PA's best faction is in my opinion, but I don't want to say it in case we get to game 3 and then the blind pick Frika might counterpick based off of what I said, and then that goes 2 ways. Either if Nurgle's PA doesn't pick the faction in question, then Frika's like, bro, you said he was going to pick that. Or if Nurgle's PA does pick the faction in question, Nurgle's PA might be like, bro, maybe don't tell people my best faction right before a blind pick. So I'm just going to hush. But Dark Elves is probably his second best from what I've seen. Still very scary. What up, Guinness? You're here for either the last game or the second to last game, but we're glad to have you. Lizards? Dude, Vanthus with Freaka, you're always getting lizards. It's the brand. It's the mother flippin' brand. We did just see Nurgle's PA's Dark Elves versus the Wood Elves. Will he man-tide yet again? Or will it be something different? Double Charybdis, triple Bolt Thrower, a Medusa too? The only way you can find out is to stick around for next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I missed a Skaven match. The first match of the entire day was Skaven. Pretty easy to find. Just go to the start of the video. It was a banger too. Tretch Craventailed versus Kazric One Eye. Coco and Winged Destro, I believe, if I'm remembering the players correctly. He will man-tide again, the Mad Lad. I have a blocker up, right? Yeah, okay. You said it with such confidence. I was like, what the fuck? Alright. Dark Elves are switching out some units. Lizardmen seem to be mostly set, so both builds do seem quite set. Should be getting to the game here in just a minute. Like I said, the first pick and ban is usually the longest because of the global bans you have to think about. And then the second one is just I pick this and ban this and it's over. Which one of these people is a Smurf? Neither of them is a Smurf. Nurgle's PA has always been, like, not always been, not for all time, but for several months he's been playing pretty well. And he just hasn't played a new player tournament to actually win it and get the role in my Discord that you get for winning a new player tournament. So I think he's here to collect his role and be done with it. But Freaka has always been a charming young lad. The first time he played, he had this mob of supporters that joined the chat specifically to yell at me about how great Freaka was. So that was cool. Alright. For the Dark Elves, we have triple Gold One Knight, double Dark Rider, and then some Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, 2 Witch Elves, and triple Dark Shard. We also have a Supreme Sorceress of Dark. On the other side, for the Lizards, there's 2 Saurus with clubs, 2 Saurus, 3 Saurus with spears. Can 5 Saurus win a video game? Or is Human Boy a liar? I don't think so. I think Saurus are not that great. They're fine, but they're not that great. They're fine. They're bad. They're bad. They're trash. 3 skin cohorts. One of them has javelets. 2 bestowed on with Rev Crystals for tons of healing. And then for more healing fun, Mazdamundi with Net, Apotheosis, and then Banishment and Ruination of Cities to clear out some of that Dark Elf infantry. We have triple Riperdactyl Riders, one of which is the Closthan Hunters for their anti-large. Very little cavalry presence from the Lizards, but there's not a lot for them to defend. They're going to just heal spam their Saurus, trying to get through the enemy infantry with Mazdamundi's crowd clearing spells. And then the Riperdactyls also probably get some healing as they charge around. But if Mazdamundi puts a Ruination of Cities on one Dark Shard, a Banishment on another, the third one should be able to get taken out by Riperdactyls. Should. There's not a lot of air pressure on the Rippers here. The Sorceress and the Dark Shards, which again, we just discussed how to take care of the Dark Shards, and then the Sorceress doesn't want to fight Riperdactyls all alone. Human Boy is bad. Saurus are best. Oh, okay, Vanthus. I would, as a joke, I would time you out, but it times you out for 10 minutes, which is actually a significant amount of time during a Lizardmen game, and I want you to be able to comment because they're your favorite faction. So for the joke, it would be haha funny, but I won't actually do it because that's a long time. If I could time you out for less, like 1 minute, I would do it, but yeah. You're large supporter of the Skink Appreciation Society. I like Saurus. I think they're cool. I don't think they're very good. Though that is up to debate. That's one of those things that's like, there are things that I can tell you are objectively true, and there's things that are debated. And people debate whether or not Soros are any good. I don't think they are, but some people actually do. Sounds like somebody hates Soros. Yeah, it's Karl Franz. I hate Soros. I hate that a tier 1 infantry can get surrounded by my spearmen and somehow it just makes them stronger. Here come the Dark Shards. There's the ruination of cities we all saw coming. Wham, bam, bam. Say goodbye to your Dark Shard. So one of the 3 Dark Shards is shut down for now. It'll run. We'll see if it can hide. Banishment onto another Dark Shard like we all predicted. Because, I mean, he doesn't want to cast those things on his front line near his Saurus, because his Saurus are way more expensive than the Dark Shards and the Bleak Swords and Dread Spears he's fighting. So, an errant ruination of cities or banishment that just goes back into his own forces will be so devastating that he just wants to keep it on the back line. And the Dark Shards are the Dark Elves' key to winning this matchup right now. So, for all those reasons, he's just going to do that. Saurus are here grinding. Mazda Money took a little bit of fire from the Dark Shards. He didn't like that whatsoever, but the Ripperdactyls are in, and with the help of this Rev Crystal, they tear out off the Dark Shards, and they're doing decent damage to the Cold One Knights. Colossadon Hunters are after the Dark Elf Sorceress, and Frika has got the last Dark Shard under attack. Now, if these Cold One Knights respond quickly enough, they can come over here and shut down the Ripperdactyls, but it looks like they're distracted for the moment. The Witch Elves are also not coming over. There's just too much going on and a lot to micro. Some minor mistakes here as these 2 units sit idly by while their Dark Shards die. And now they're coming in, but the Dark Shards are already routing, so I wonder if the Ripperdactyls could get back into the sky. No, they're going to be rampaged by the Witch Elves, which will be pretty bad for them. Colossadon Hunters getting rear charged by the Cold One Knights while they're trying to get the Supreme Sorceress of Dark. They are going to get some healing from Apotheosis, but she'll be just fine. Looks like she's even going to chuck out a Soul Stealer to heal herself up and damage everything else. Ripperdactyls over here, terror routing and routing off the Witch Elves. Cold One Knights also running away as the Rev Crystal keeps things up, but the Lizardmen are way up on damage value. About 1,500 ahead this early in the game, and they're the side with they're the side with a lot of healing. Bounce power is getting a little worse for the Dark Elves too. Nice big breath attack on the Skinks and Mazdamundi. Good poke over there in general. And the Colossadon Hunters are trying to get away from the Cold One Knights and get back onto the Supreme Sorcerer's Dark, who's currently netted in place. Still get a little nice poke there. Ripperdactyls did survive the Witch Elves, and they're now chasing after Dark Shards and routing off other ones. Dark Elves in mass exodus, especially on this top side, they're not feeling so good, and this is worth Murderous Prowess active. Their leadership is this bad. So if the Murderous Prowess wears off at any point, they're going to all rout. Colossadon Hunters rampaging. And then it looks like they got cold-blooded or something to stop that nonsense, and now they're T-posing pretty hard on the Dark Elf Sorceress just to establish dominance. I can understand that. I can respect that. And Ruination of Cities kills off an entire Bleak Sword to just give Mazda some space to breathe. Witch Elves rampage, more Ripperdactyls in the back line, but that will just make the Ripperdactyls come back here and kick their ass. But Cold One Knights are coming in, and Dark Shards are firing, so overall it's a good play from the Dark Elves. Another Soul Stealer. This one hits all 3 of these expensive-ass units. And another net for the Supreme Sorceress, but the Colossadon Hunters, there we go. Now they have orders to go kick her ass. Front line for the Dark Elves is falling apart as the Saurus continue to push through here. I don't know how much healing they've been receiving, but they are still looking rather healthy. And that Dark Shard being healthy is tearing apart the Ripperdactyls right now, that their rampage did force them to fuck off and do nothing for a while. Cold One Knights are surrounding the Bastildon and the Colossadon Hunters, who are receiving a bit of healing right now as Saurus come in to try and help. Things are getting a little spooky. The 3 Ripperdactyls, all of them are looking worse for wear. All of them are routing as soon as that one gets going, which he will in just a second. One of the Rev Crystals is also routing, so is the other one. 2 Rev Crystals routing, and all the Ripperdactyls routing, leaving just Mazdamundi and Saurus to hold the line. Ripper is back. Does it actually have orders? It has orders to move into range, but doesn't have orders to attack this Dark Shard just yet. We'll get shot at briefly. More Dark Shards are back shooting at Mazda. Mazda needs some serious healing, but both of his Rev Crystals are out of action. So it'd have to be from his own Apotheosis, which it doesn't look like he has right now. There it is. Apotheosis to keep him safe, and then a Banishment cast on himself. Can he hold? As the Dark Shards rain in a bunch of damage, but there goes the Banishment. It will finish off the Cold One Knights. And their Buyer Blood, sorry, not Buyer Blood. The fucking Dark Elf passive. Murderous Prowess has worn off, so their leadership is not nearly as god tier. But another Soul Stealer in onto Mazdamundi. The Rev Crystal is back, though. Can it also heal up Mazda? As the Soul Stealer starts to whittle him down, Rev Crystal's coming back. It has plenty of charges left, so it does need to heal up its big man. There it goes. Saurus will chase down the Dark Shards, and things are getting risky. Balance power is just below half. Ripperdactyls route another Dark Shard yet again, but they will get pushed off yet again. Now, the balance power is heavily augmented by a full health Dragon Lord. It doesn't care that she's used a lot of her Soul Stealers. And it doesn't care that Mazdamundi has a lot of healing left to get. I actually think the Lizardmen are doing alright right now. I think this game's up in the air, but the Lizardmen are doing alright. They have a bunch of Saurus. And this lady only has one breath attack, which she could get a nasty breath attack onto these spears the way they're currently formed. I wonder if she's going to do that now or if she's trying to snipe out Mazda. Not sure. Oh, this has been the best faction for PvE. PvE? If you're talking about, like, raw power, not, like, fun, then Lizardmen are pretty darn strong. Yeah. Them or High Elves, I guess. Or Skaven, honestly. Skaven are really strong with their campaign mechanics. So that netted lady is currently infinitely charging Mazdamundi, because nets are a real thing that works. So, yeah. Yep. There we go. She finally landed. These Saurus Spears need to come back and bail out Mazda as he continues to run away. The net did hold off the Supreme Sorceress for just a second. Mazda's getting another Rev Crystal to keep him up, and the Saurus are coming in hot. Elsewhere on the map, the Saurus are beating the brakes off the rest of the Dark Elves and trying to return to Mazdamundi. Mazda also throws an Apotheosis on himself along with the Rev Crystal. Terror Route comes in immediately for the Cold One Knights. The Rev Crystal is going to hold for now, especially with these Saurus Spears nearby. They'll be okay. So they should be able to reform with all of their Saurus brethren. Elsewhere on the map, the Dark Elves really have nothing left. Some Dark Shards running away from Saurus, the club variant. Oh, and she was going to try and dive in, but then she gets netted. And Mazdamundi's getting closer and closer back to his Saurus Spears. Unironically, Saurus might carry this game at this point. Depends. Mazda's almost heal capped. He's going to have to throw some more healing on that Bastillodon, because Bastillodon has 3 charges left that all could be very useful on their Saurus. Because, like, imagine if these Saurus get 3 Bastillodon charges. They could get back up to, like, full HP. One Golden Knight shatters. Another one's trying to charge into Saurus, thinks better of it, and runs away, though it does take a rear charge from Bastillodon. And Mazda is here. Saurus Spears surrounding him. There's her last breath attack, and it is used to snipe Mazdamundi a bit, rather than on Saurus. And the Dark Shard in the distance is routing. Looks like the Saurus are going to try and chase it off the map. Dark Elf Caster lands. She's trying to take out Mazdamundi. If he has a net, he could try and lock her in these spears, but he has used a lot of nets and a lot of apotheosis, so I have no idea how his Winds of Magic are doing. And oh no, the Bastillodon gets separated from the Saurus and picked off by the Cold One Knights. So good snipe out there. A little bit of a mistake from the Lizardmen, but the Saurus did get one last Rev Crystal on their way out. The Dark Elf Caster is cycle charging. Well, that's not the right term for it, but she's getting charge animation again and again and again and again on Mazdamundi. Yeah, she just kept getting charge animations off. And another big Soul Stealer onto the Saurus. But these other Saurus have fought back the Cold One Knights. These Saurus got charged by Dark Riders, but if they don't break immediately, then they will beat the brakes off those Dark Riders. I legitimately don't think this game is over yet. The army loss is the Lizardmen's worst enemy. Saurus trying to fight it out. They're just trying to outlast these Dark Riders. Their leadership is super low, but they haven't taken damage in quite a long time. They've been at that exact HP for a while. Boom. Push off the Dark Riders. So right now, the only thing actually active on the map is the Dark Elf Sorceress, who is surrounded by Saurus Spears. They are loving life right now, and her healing cap's within sight. Yeah, I actually still think that... I think the Lizardmen have got this. I actually do. Because Dragon Lords hate getting stuck clearing out infantry. It's their least favorite fucking thing in the world. She's getting slammed right now. That half-health Saurus is going to hit her pretty hard. If the Cold Knights don't rally, they rally with one leadership. That is the only other unit on this battlefield for the Dark Elf Supreme Sorceress. Surrounded by spears, getting poked by these very angry lizard boys. 5,000 HP and falling. Balance of power is getting better and better and better for the lizards the longer this goes on. Frika is actually ahead in damage value. She is trying to pull away right now, which you can do because there's cold ones coming. There's cold ones coming. The best thing Lizardmen can do right now is get all of their guys in a clump. I know Soul Stealer exists, but if you separate out, you're just going to get charged like more and more. So it's pretty tough. There, the Coldland Knights have shattered, so she's the last thing left. She has to attack something. Alright, at this point, with the Coldland Knight shattered, now you can afford to space out so you don't get Soul Stealered super hard, because this lady has to do something. She's trying to land right now and get ready for the Saurus. She's coming, she's waddling. Bonk. Opal Amulet giving her some damage resistance. Another charge animation for her as the Saurus attempts to surround her. Another Saurus is going to commit to the fight. Well, this one's just going to sit and get its vigor back. They don't want to clump up too much in case of a big Soul Stealer or in case of a massive Terror route, which is smart, prudent, patient play. Bounce power's back to half, and I do agree. I really think the Lizardmen are in an advantageous position right now as the Saurus continue to poke down this Dragon Lord. If she has Soul Stealer, she's going to have to throw it out soon, but she threw, like, that's a lot of it. She threw out a lot of Soul Stealers just for damage earlier, and it's not like she has that much health left. It's not like, wow, Nurgle's PA, why didn't you just save them all to heal cap? It's like, I don't know if a heal cap would save her at this point. She's just so low, and there's another Saurus in the distance that's joining. This guy's back to tired. He's going to be fresh soon. Balance of power goes into Army Loss's territory, and yeah. Balance of power, you almost Army lost the Lizardmen earlier. Saurus are too strong. And remember earlier in the stream we were talking about a situation where Unbreakable could save you from army losses and then you could like win the game after with the Zargard versus Balthazar Gelt example? It was almost that example there because army losses was about to hit at one point when the Dark Elves did not have that game in the bag yet. Net is a scam, Saurus are broken as fuck. That was really funny looking, by the way. But yeah, Saurus seemed to do alright. That's why I said it's debatable. Like, I still don't think Saurus are particularly great, but there are people who do think that, and you can see, like, they're good use cases. They did fine. Dark Elf Sorcerers, 3,500 value. Coldwood Knights did okay. Witch Elves did fine. Dark Shards, mixed. Dark Riders, pretty well. And then Bleak Swords and Dread Spears did fine. Do Saurus have ITP? I don't know if that Cold-Blooded does that for them. One second. No, they just have Primal Instincts. They have really high leadership, though, 75. Alright. That's it. That's it. We're at game 3. This is the last game no matter what. Both players will be sending me a blind pick. May the gods favor your choice. What will Frika do as his blind pick? I have received Nurgle's PA's pick. Ogres versus Dwarves. Ogre Kingdoms versus Dwarves. Frika blind pick the Ogres. So Nurgle's PA, I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but not in this best of 3 because I knew blind picks might happen. Nurgles PA has been playing a lot of dwarves recently. He even played them in our faction war, and he lost to Razel's Beastmen, but he won 2 rounds as the dwarves in the faction war. So he's a very scary dwarf player. And I am concerned for the ogres. Hezort? Fair. Fair, man. The blocker you're looking at right now also has the score. Each side has a green check mark, which means they each have won 1 game. This is the final game. No matter what, both sides have won 1. Who will clutch it out? Nurgles PA flips over to the dwarves and instant readies up without changing the map. Ban this man. It's Galbaraz. Galbaraz is the map. Not always gonna play on the same fucking map. What do you think this is? Are Chaos Dwarves better, worse, or roughly the same as normal dwarves? Worse. I think Chaos Dwarves function. I don't think they're particularly strong right now, but I enjoy them and I can still win some games on them. They're functioning, but dwarves are actually strong. They're not OP, but they're strong. They're annoying. Some people might mistake when I'm talking on stream about them and I get pissed off at dwarves. They're annoying, but I don't think they're actually overpowered. They can't abuse healing as much as other factions. They don't have real magic. Artillery, their artillery suffers from a lot of the same problems most people's artillery do. So, yeah. If chariots get the buffs they need, dwarves might need a little help, but for now they're doing fine. Dwarfs lack magic and cav. They sure do. They sure do. Chaos Dwarfs are alright. Alright. Dwarves are already ready to go. Ogres are scheming. Ogres. Hammers or blade singers? Oh boy, that's actually pretty tough. My gut says blade singers because the hammer's armor piercing is wasted, but I don't know. Hammers have surprised me before. Hammers beat. I was doing some testing many patches ago, so maybe stuff has changed. But like hammers were putting a good slap down on Chosen. All right. I'm going to take the blocker down for the last time. Whoever wins this wins it all, so we don't need it no more. I don't play PvP often. I like to hear y'all's opinions on things. That's fine. We're happy to give them. But yeah, Chaos Dwarves are okay. Their weapons teams are strong in the blunderbusses and the fireglaves. Their single entity artillery, only the Deathstraker is any good right now. The Hell Cannons aren't very good in my opinion. The Magma Cannons aren't very good right now. The Dwarf trains are still really strong. I really like the Iron Demon Regiment of Renown, the Demon's Tongue. I love taking that thing. Not with the Dreadquake Mortar though. Dreadquake Mortar is ass. Their lords are a little overpriced for what they do, so I usually just take a caster lord and try and keep them cheap. But yeah, if you have Infernal Guard, Fireglaves, and then a mixed front line of Infernal Guard, or Ironsworn, or whatever the fuck they're called. The super elite dwarves. If you have a front line of them plus a bunch of goblin laborers that can hold for your back line to actually shoot, and then you have some hobgoblin wolf riders or whatever, like you can do pretty solid. I have some good builds with that. I've also been having success with Cathay Fireborn rushes paired with goblin laborers, because you kind of treat it like the ogres mentality, where the goblin laborers are shit, but you're just using them so your Cathay Fireborn aren't alone, and then you rush the enemy. That can be pretty good. Pair them up with some bull centaurs, hobgoblin wolf riders, shit like that, and just steamroll over people. Again, with that steam train, it's a really solid melee combatant, but it also has leadership debuff stuff that can help with your rush. Like that rush I'm talking about. The rush I'm talking about works versus like Skaven or greenskins, maybe ogres, stuff with low leadership that's not really ready for you to just bum rush them as Chaos Dwarves. Anyway, I digress. For Nurgle's PA, we have 4 gyrocopters with brimstone guns, which Gotrek Starbringer / Sabrus Regnum, dwarf aficionado of the clan I'm in, has schooled me many times in this matchup as dwarves, and he did it mostly around microing his gyrocopters to dodge a lot of my incoming fire. We also have Thoric Double Thane, the new hotness for the Dwarven Hero Hammer, 2 Slayers, and then Longbeards and Dwarf Warriors as the front line. For the Ogres, that's what you guys are called. We have Ogre Bulls with Iron Fist, 3 Noblars, 4 Noblar Trappers, more Ogre Bulls, and we do have 1 Iron Guts. I thought I saw a Maneater, but maybe he cut it. Nope, Maneater with Iron Fist, there is one. Then we have a single regular Stonehorn, a Healing Caster, and 2 Noblar Scrap Launchers. Now, the main problem in this matchup for the Ogres is you think, yeah, you have a lot of archers and stuff, and Maneater pistols and lead belchers. You can take care of gyrocopters. When they're microed and when they're dodging, so much shit misses them. They're very small and very fast. These guys are just sitting in front of Noblar Trappers, and they're taking very little damage. That's the kind of shit we're dealing with in this matchup. So it's tough. Noblar Scrap Launcher still taking a bunch of damage, though these gyrocopters are going to have to be a little more careful in the future. Still have 4 out of 4 models, which is fine, but taking more damage than I think they would like. The Ogres are advancing on the Dwarven front line. I think they're just realizing that they're not going to be able to kite this, really. The gyrocopters are going to just do too much damage to their Scrap Launchers, because that Scrap Launcher is below half. This Scrap Launcher is getting healed up right now, but its healing cap will appear pretty soon. Maneaters with their Iron Fists have collided with the Dwarf Warriors and are going to slap these guys around, though I'm sure the Slayers will be happy to come get some in short order. Speaking of Chaos Dwarves, I think Infernal Ironsworn smash Blade Singers too. Infernal Ironsworn are weird. I feel like their stats aren't that crazy. They're good, but their stats aren't that crazy, and somehow they just don't take any damage. Like, I don't know what their melee defense is, but let's say it's 70. If I have something that has, like, 95 melee attack and armor piercing and shit, I still feel like I do 0 damage to Infernal Ironsworn. They're insane. I mean, they're super expensive. They don't do that much damage that quickly. I don't think they're an unbalanced unit. I think they're strong, but I don't think they're unbalanced. But that being said, I still get surprised frequently. I'm like, wait, how's this taking so little damage? What the fuck? All right, all 4 of the gyrocopters are shooting at the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, trying to snipe out the Ogre leadership and get rid of their healing, though these gyrocopters are still taking a bunch of damage for their efforts. Meanwhile, in the frontline fight, Longbeards have rejoined the battle. Dwarf Warriors aren't doing so hot these days. And Slayers are here, slamming through this Stonehorn along with Thoric Double Thane. So goodbye, Stonehorn. Hello, Slayers. Ogre Bulls also getting turned into mincemeat after that. Gyrocopter's still trying to snipe out the enemy lord. These ones are sitting at a weird angle. I wonder if they're trying to shoot at that Scrap Launcher. I don't know exactly what they are shooting right now. Things are looking great for the Dwarves. Their front line is starting to buckle a little bit, but that was never the point. I mean, the objective is just to get Thoric Double Thane and a bunch of Slayers sitting there while you've killed off all the ranged units so that the enemy has to deal with you, and then they can't. The Gyrocopters are doing what they have to, pushing around the Noblar Scrap Launchers, really pissing those guys off. They're also Lord Sniping, and the Stonehorn's quite injured. So now you have this guy and the Ogre passive that's going to have to try and heal up so many things that have taken so much damage. And good luck getting too much of your Ogre passive from Dwarves. It's not like they're going to route too much for you to do anything. Extra ingredients is pop. Slaughtermaster throws out a quick heal onto the Stonehorn, but he himself might need it, as one more volley from the Gyrocopters will... he's already routing. It won't kill him, so that sentence just cuts off. I was going to say it'll rout him. Gyrocopters, these ones are at so low HP, they're going to start losing models here in a second. 300 HP and still have 4 out of 4 models, by the way. Jesus. Gyrocopters look like they're trying to set up for a bombing run. Not going to chase down the Slaughtermaster, though. Stonehorn's also back. And Nalbar Scrap Launchers are still firing. So it's not over just yet. This Gyrocopter might struggle to come home. The other ones are doing their best to get bombing runs on the Nalbar Trappers, and now they're firing back at the Stonehorn again. Does have 20% missile resistance, but it's not going to be enough as those Brimstone guns are still doing really, really well. Scrap Launchers firing into a metric shit ton of Dwarves. Slayers and Longbeards among them. Iron Guts, Ogre Bulls. Where do those Man-Eater Iron Fists end up? They're still over here fighting, doing their best. Their best is only so good, though, against the reckless anger of many a dwarf. Slaughtermaster's back, but Gyrocopters will quickly make sure he gets back to routing. Nalbar Scrap Launchers firing in. Tons of ammunition on those guys. Seems perfectly balanced in my opinion. What does the 1,255 armored frontline unit then that you guys are making up in theory? Then yeah, I'm on board. I'm down. Let's do it. Slaughtermaster down to 170 HP. He shatters. Yep, he shatters. He's not dead yet. There we go. Now he's dead. And without him, the Ogre's leadership takes a hit. We're going to see a bunch of Noblars start routing at their own volition. More Ogre Bulls are also routing. And the Dwarves will prevail. Yar. I have nothing left to say. His army losses is going to hit in just a second here, as all these Noblars start routing. A couple Iron Guts is not enough to keep us in the game, though actually I suppose these Scrap Launchers will be plenty for the balance of power due to all their ammunition, but Gyrocopters are swarming in like, you fucking what, bro? And if they get one volley off, they're going to army loss this game. Come on, get a full volley off. Get a full volley off. Hey, only one of you fired and then another one shot one time. Okay, that's a full volley. There, so I'm a liar. Army losses came, but it wasn't just as the volley fired. So GG's. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, he's here. Okay. Sorry, I was talking to my own thing. Man-Eaters with the Iron Fist did fine. Iron Guts did okay. Stonehorn got mostly shut down, so did the Lord. Nalbar Scrap Launchers got to fire most of the game, and they got pitiful value. Even when Ogres were meta before Mortal Empires, and they used Iron Blaster double Scrap Launcher, I just have not been a Scrap Launcher believer. I feel like they missed too much. Nalbar Trappers did well. Ogre build struggled, and GG's. This is just a very well-crafted anti-Ogre build that was piloted well. But what can you do? What can you do? Freaka, you had a good run today. Your legendary Lizardmen won, which is all you really need. And your Saurus proved Hummus Boy wrong. Nurgle's PA will prevail today. No longer a new player. No longer allowed to participate in these tournaments. Good riddance. Fuck that guy, he said jokingly. Oh, and that's it. That's it for today. All right, I gotta get back to work. It was fun. It was a good one. GG's and well played. Like I said earlier, I am going to be gone for the next 4 days. I'll be back Monday, hopefully with some content for you guys. We have a couple for fun events going around. And yeah, congratulations, Nurgles PA. A rat ogre no longer, now that you found the time to come and win a tournament for us. It's probably a good outcome, Freaka. Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty. Vanthus, hopefully you're happy. You got to see a lot of your lizards today. A lot of your lizards today. Yeah, I feel like that's all I had to say. Later, taters.